Madam Presiding Member, I make that 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Chris. Bore da, croeso. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to this hybrid meeting of Council. This Council meeting is being broadcast live over the internet and will be available to view online now and in the future. We welcome the use of Welsh language at meetings. I've had no request for people to speak Welsh today, so this meeting will be conducted in English only. Members in the chamber, please be aware that we're all on camera and you may be visible on screen when people around you are speaking. And please remember to speak clearly into your microphones. Members participating remotely, can you please refrain from using the chat function and instead use the raised hand icon to indicate when you want to speak. Please remember to keep your microphones muted when you're not talking. May I remind members that as per the statutory guidance made under Section 4 of the Local Government Wales Measure 2011 and our formally adopted hybrid meeting policy, any member attending the meeting remotely must be able to be seen and heard by members and officers who are attending the meeting, as well as by members of the public viewing the meeting. So can I ask you all that you please use your cameras for the duration of this meeting. Moving on to the agenda. Agenda item 1 is attendance. Democratic Services will be making a note of members' attendance at the meeting, but should you lose connection, could you possibly leave a comment in the chat bar on your return to ensure that this is picked up? Apologies for absence. Dominique, have we any apologies, please?
Well, apologies from Councillors Nick Byrne, Janet Jones and David Williams.
Thank you, Dom. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Gareth Harris, Monitoring Officer and Assistant Chief Legal Officer. Have you any advice for members, please?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Yes, in relation to agenda item number 10, which is the Bronavon Transfer Agreement, Councillor Mandy Owen is a council-appointed representative on the Bronavon board and has a personal interest to declare. If I could ask Councillor Owen to declare that interest.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor, in relation to the same report, Councillor Carl Gordon is an employee of Unison and wishes to declare a personal interest. If I could ask Councillor Gordon to make that declaration, please.
That's correct, thank you.
Thank you. In relation to agenda item number 14, which relates to the Torfaen Leisure Trust, Councillor Rose Seaborn, presiding member, has a personal interest only as a council-appointed trustee on Torfaen Leisure Trust. If I could ask Councillor Seaborn to confirm that interest.
I confirm.
Thank you. With regard to agenda items numbers 11 and 12, which relate to the British, Councillor Linda Clarkson wishes to declare a personal and prejudicial interest as she is a member of the British Liaison Community Group and will therefore leave the room when these two reports are being discussed. Could I please ask Councillor Clarkson to confirm that interest?
Confirmed.
And my advice, members, is that with regard to the other reports, if you enter into a debate or ask a question about a specific matter, you can, of course, consider declaring an interest at that time. Thank you, Presiding Member. I'm not aware of any other interests.
Thank you, Della. Takes us to agenda item 4, confirmation of council minutes of the 11th of June 2024. These are starting on page 5 of your agenda. Members, could you possibly state whether you have anything to raise in relation to the minutes? If not, I will take them as approved. Take those as approved. Thank you very much. Agenda item 5, which is update on actions. Members, the update on what has been done to implement our previous decisions start on page 23 of the agenda. Could you possibly indicate whether you have any questions or comments? Can I ask members whether they agree to note the update on actions then, please? They're noted. Thank you, members. Takes us to agenda item 6, receipt of petitions. We have one petition today. The petition is in relation to Tihafan. The petition reads, I believe they wish me to read them out. It reads, we, the undersigned, petition Torfaen County Borough Council to keep the current services that Tafan Newydd offer to the children with additional needs within Torfaen. Trafan Newydd is a service that provides a safe and supportive environment to children and families of disabled children. Most children attend a weekly session where they have the opportunities to free play, outside activities, a sensory room, and most importantly, an environment where there is no judgment. Parents can access support from trained staff and have a well-needed break from the struggles of raising children with additional needs. Unfortunately, Trafan Newydd did not receive any tender at this year's re-tendering meeting due to financial reasons, meaning that the council have decided to close it down. This will have detrimental effect on the children and families who use the service and the future children of Torfaen. This service is absolutely vital to the families of Torfaen, and to take away will be incredibly harmful to not only the children who have spent months and years attending, but to the parents who require the respite because their child cannot attend a mainstream nursery. And there are simply not enough spaces in specialist provision in Torfaen. That concludes the petition. Members, do you agree for the petition to be sent to the relevant executive member for them to consider and respond? Thank you. And that executive member will report back. Agenda item 7, public question time. There are no public questions, so we'll move on to agenda item 8, which is announcements from the leader or chief executive. Leader, do you have any announcements, please?
Thank you, Rose. A few things to announce. First of all, I'd just like to say a big congratulations to Cwmbran Community Council and all involved in the Crowfest over the weekend. It looked like a really good day, and despite the weather, I think it was a real success, and I've had lots of positive messages about what a good afternoon and evening people had there. So thank you to everyone who played a part in that. Secondly, to thank Pontypool Community Council for a very successful party in the park. The park was packed out the Saturday before last, and again, that gave the opportunity for local families, especially young people, to have an excellent day in the park without having to spend a huge amount of money. So thank you to Pontypool Community Council for their leadership in doing that. I'd like to thank Torfaen Sports Development for their leadership on the Mick Morris 10K that was held the Sunday before last. And again, it was a really successful day with nearly 1,000 runners enjoying the beautiful course, starting in Blenavon and finishing in Pontypool Park. So thanks to all the people who contributed to that, both Sports Development for their leadership and their organisational skills, to the Mick Morris Trust, also to the community councils and others who sponsored the event and enabled it to take place. I think that's a real sort of shining beacon that brings people in from across Torfaen and far beyond as well, to run what's a very fast course and also a very enjoyable one too. The number of other events in Pontypool Park, I think, are worth noting, including the Relay for Life. So thank you to everyone who took part in that to raise money for Cancer Research UK, and also Pride in the Park. I think that shows that Pontypool Park really is a jewel in the crown of the town, and something that's bringing life into the town and helping traders too. I think there's lots of negativity around town centres, but I think that's really is a route to a positive future for our town centres. Can I thank Blenavon Town Council for their efforts on World Heritage Day. Unfortunately, I couldn't be in World Heritage Day this year, but again, lots of positive reports back about that as a great day for the community. I think these events, especially in the summer, are a great way of bringing our communities together and giving people a fun day, as well as that contact with other people in their community. So thank you to all our town and community councils for their efforts along those lines. I'd like to mention the update I've had recently from our Revenues and Benefits team. I've asked them to give an update in the autumn to members to outline the work that they've done. There are nearly 1,900 awards in 23-24 to local people who are experiencing difficult financial times, and that's thanks to the decision of you as councillors to fund the Discretionary Housing Payments Fund, as you do. We're time and again the most generous council in Wales, and that provides help to people who are in real times of difficulty. And they've got a number of examples, which obviously they've anonymised, of some of the help they've given and the difference that's made that's really been transformative to people's lives. And also in the long term, of great value to the taxpayer because it saves people going into housing crisis and having to be reliant on far more public services. So thank you to the staff in Revenues and Benefits for the way they administer that scheme, which really is an example of both efficiency but also the human touch that they give to try and help people and direct them to the sources of most help. As I say, I've asked for a seminar in September, October in the autumn so that people can, so that all members can hear some of those examples as well. I would like to thank resident staff and members who have worked on our Recycling Raise the Rate plan. We've seen nearly a 6% increase in the last year. Those figures are still unverified, but that's a huge leap forward thanks to residents recycling, thanks to our teams collecting, and a big thank you to members who have served on the SPB alongside Mandy and Sue for the contribution that they've made to that. I know we've still got a long way to go, but I think that shows that when we all put our minds to it and when we're brave enough to take difficult decisions, that we can make real progress. Lastly, I'd just like to say an advance thank you to Torvine Play for the efforts I know they're making. It's their training week this week for the staff and volunteers ahead of their summer play schemes that take place throughout August. They make a real difference to young people's lives across Torvine and give families either respite, especially with children with additional needs, and also give children who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford sort of flash foreign holidays the chance to have an unforgettable summer. The difference that they make to our young people, I think, is huge. And again, I think that's something that we can take for granted because it's not something that happens everywhere. So thank you to Julie and Andrea and all their team and all the volunteers who give up their summer. I hope you all have a great summer. And I also hope councillors get the chance to have a break too. So have a nice summer.
Thank you, Leader. Chief Executive, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Nothing to add today. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 9 is Superintendent Mike Richards on behalf of the Council. I'd like to welcome Superintendent Mike Richards, who is in attendance today, to introduce himself to members, provide a brief outline of how he sees his attendance at Council's meetings working, and to take any members' questions that they might have. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, I've made it from the gallery onto the front bench. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to everybody online. It's a privilege to be here this morning. My name is Mike Richards. I'm the superintendent. I oversee 3 local authority areas. So I'm the precinct commander for Blaen y Gwent, Caerphilly, and Torvine, and I've been in post now just over 12 months. My attendance here today has arisen from a meeting that I had a few months ago with the Chief Executive and the Leader. Now, my relationship with the Chief Exec and the Leader is pretty strong, and we thought it was a good idea for me to extend that relationship to you as elected members, and for my attendance here to be a regular thing. So I am happy to come to these meetings, well, every meeting, and hopefully have a 30-minute agenda item with you where I propose to give a short presentation on the issues that we are seeing across the local authority for maybe about 10 minutes, and then allow you a 20-minute or so opportunity for... I'm not sure if it's back on. Okay, I've got a little bit of a break with the comms there. I hope that you feel that will be a worthwhile exercise, and I hope that you think 30 minutes will be enough in future meetings. Unfortunately for this one, because of your very full agenda, I can't be here for 30 minutes, but I think I've got about 15 minutes on the agenda today. A couple of things that I wanted to cover off first, and then I think we've got probably 10 minutes for a Q&A if there are any questions. Pontypool antisocial behaviour. I wanted to reassure you as elected members that I am very aware of the concerns within the community around antisocial behaviour within the Pontypool Town Centre, and indeed I would extend that into Cwm Bran as well. You may know the local policing inspector, Lee Statcher. Many of you have probably met with him. I have asked Lee to ensure that the resources that we've got, not only in Torfaen, but across my whole local policing area, are focused on this. So it's within my gift to move resources from my other two local authority areas to Torfaen, should the demand require that. The issues that your constituents are experiencing, I believe, are caused by a small minority of young people who are well known to the police, who are well known to the local authority. And only a few weeks ago, I met with the Chief Executive and his Head of Children's Services to talk about 2 or 3 of those young youths who we believe are causing a lot of the misery across the town centre. I'm here today to reassure you that I'm very aware of this issue and that we're putting all of the resources that we've got into Pontypool to ensure that we're responding robustly and effectively. And of course, I'm happy to take questions about antisocial behaviour in a moment. The other thing, which is probably a more positive thing that I wanted to share with you, is I've been reviewing the crime levels for the last financial year for this area, for the whole of the local authority. Torfaen, and I know that it might not feel like this sometimes, saw a 5% reduction in crime in 2023-24 compared to the previous financial year. That was the biggest reduction in crime across my 3 local authority areas, so probably about 500 fewer victims of crime last year, which I know you will agree with me is a positive statistic. I'm happy to pause there and use the rest of my time taking questions from you as elected members. And as I said in my introduction, I'm happy to come to this meeting in the future, every meeting, and have a longer stint on the agenda to give a more formal presentation and to take more questions. But Chair, I'm happy to pause there and take questions from members.
Thank you very much. Leader, do you want to come in?
I'd just like to thank Superintendent Richards for coming in and for following up on the promise to made. I think it's a really good thing for the future to have this sort of dialogue. Members will get lots of reports from members of our communities on policing matters as on other council matters. So I think it's really good to have this chance of a dialogue, and just thank you for coming along to sort of introduce that this month, and I look forward to every other meeting to having that dialogue. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I too appreciate the opportunity to put questions to you. Mine's an adult services question. So, Right Care, Right Person is gaining momentum in Wales, and it absolutely makes sense that the right professional provides support to those in mental health crisis. However, local authorities experience an overwhelming volume of information and reporting in the form of public protection notices, often relating to these crises. Over the 4-week period at the end of April, Torfaen Adult Social Care Team received 98 PPNs, of which just 5 required a social care response. In a climate of focused public services, can the police go further to reduce inappropriate referrals and the burden that this creates on both of our resources and public funds?
It's a really good question. It's something that the Chief Exec and his Head of Children's Services discussed about 4 weeks ago, about the volume of PPNs, not only into adult services, but into children's services as well. In 2018, I spent 18 months on a seconded programme looking at this in Blaenau Gwent and in Newport. It's a difficult one for us to address. I accept that very often the level of detail in our referrals to adult services and children's services require more detail, require more information for those social workers to assess it and properly direct it to wherever it needs to go. And it is something that we are working on. I can reassure you, Councillor, that we have introduced a package of training for our officers. That training was introduced under the Early Action Together programme that was launched across Wales in 2018, that was specifically looking at adverse childhood experiences. But it's the same training programme for adult services as well. We are reintroducing that training. I think it started probably a couple of months ago, where we're increasing the awareness training for officers so they know what to do when they come across an incident that might not be police related, and they know the exact amount of detail that's required for other services to properly assess it. So I'm going to ask you to be patient with us. It's something that we rolled out probably as long ago as 5 years and probably needs a little bit of more focus from us. But I can reassure you that it is something that will be on the agenda for when the Chief Exec and I meet, and we do meet on a monthly basis.
Thank you. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on that, I mean, it's good to hear that you've got training lined up to help officers better understand where to refer cases. Does this training involve any kind of linkages with our adult services team? Because I think that is absolutely essential, I think, in helping those officers understand what happens when a referral is made. I think my mic might have gone off. What happens when a referral comes our way? I mean, and there is quite a lot of information that we can share as a local authority with your officers around, community resources and online resources like Mello, that might help reduce the number, because ultimately we do need to reduce that number in the interest of both of us, because it's not in your interest either to be making so many incorrect referrals through to adult services and children's services.
Well, the research that we did in 2018 showed that as much as 60 to 70% of the referrals that the police put into local authorities didn't go anywhere. For a number of reasons, because they didn't have the detail that was required for you to make an appropriate assessment, and sometimes it was inappropriate. I would welcome the input of adult services. The training that we've delivered in recent years has focused on children's services, but it is something I'll take up with the Chief Exec to ensure that we have your input.
Okay, Councillor Mandy Owen.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I welcome your plans to get additional resources into Pontypool to deal with the ASB. I'm just wondering how you're managing this, because I know a lot of community PCSOs are being moved from Cwmbran up into Pontypool to deal with this. So it's just to reassure us then that there is cover in both Cwmbran, Pontypool and Glenavon at the same time. So as a reassurance, because I know my PSO, when I tried to speak to him, he has been dealing in Pontypool with a lot of things.
Yeah, I think it's within my gift to move resources from other areas, not just Cwmbran to Pontypool. We will always try to be in the right area at the right time, and I can reassure you that I've got 1,500 police officers in Gwent Police, and we can move them around quite flexibly. We're a small force, and please contact me or the inspector if you feel you're not getting the service. But we will try to move our resources to wherever the demand is. At the moment, that is in Pontypool. But please, if you experience that you're not getting the service that you need, please contact me or the inspector.
Thank you. Councillor Giles Davis, online.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. And thanks, Superintendent, for coming today. It's really it's much appreciated. My question is about Pontypool again. People from my ward and the Aberystwyth ward have come to me that some of them are a bit scared, to the elderly people, to visit Pontypool at the moment. Some of them have even gone as far as trying to park outside the post office or the principality to pop in to pay their bills because they're nervous about carrying large amounts of money through town. Is there anything you can do to reassure the public as well through your social media feeds? Because without these people visiting the Pontypool, the town's just going to die even more than what it's doing at the moment. And as people are scared, even some of the traders have said that like with Iceland and different things, kids jump running in there and shouting at the staff. Is there anything you can do to reassure the public online to get them back into Pontypool? So that's my question. Really. Is there anything else you can do to reassure the people that Pontypool is safe to visit and you are on top of this?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. It's a really important point that we get the messaging across our communities about what our response is to this ongoing issue. I can reassure you today that my focus is on keeping the residents and the communities of Torfaen safe by preventing antisocial behaviour, preventing crime, and arresting and locking up the people who are responsible for this. I've got a pretty zero-tolerance approach to these youths that are causing misery amongst our communities. But I take on board your point, Councillor. I think we will ensure that our social media channels are putting out the information and reassuring our communities that Pontypool is a safe place to visit, it is a safe place to reside and work, and we will do everything we can to ensure that people feel safe.
Thanks, Rita. Appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Ron Burnett.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Inspector. This question I've got.
You're very quiet, Ron. I don't know whether you can turn your volume up.
Is that any better?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, it's my earphones on. Yes, it's on a personal basis. I won't go into too much detail on it, but you've referred to you have officers being trained on the children's section of social services. I got to be quite honest, it's not before time either. I don't have much faith in some of your officers, to be quite honest. As I say, it's a personal basis. When it comes to children, they have lack of knowledge. They find it's not the top of their agenda. There's a lot to go into, and I'm very, very disappointed in the service that as officers provide. As you say, you have a link with the CEO once a month. The situation that I've been in with my family, he can explain all to you if you want. But I would like to speak to you personally on my disappointment of your force, the lack of knowledge and the lack of training for your officers. And as I say, it's not before time, I can assure you and the members. It's greatly needed to train officers and bring them up to speed on what they should know and what they should be doing. Thank you.
Councillor, it sounds like that you and I need to speak outside the meeting. I will get your details and I will drop you a message and we can meet up at your convenience. Thank you for making that point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor David Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Thank you, Superintendent Richards, for coming in today. As you are clearly on the ground, what ideas/thoughts do you and your officers have and discuss together that you would like to see from local authorities to help you tackle antisocial behaviour? Just before I end, I hate the terminology antisocial behaviour because I believe 95% of kids are just bored. So, yeah, you must have ideas of what you would like to see from us, like, I don't know, maybe youth clubs or something.
Yeah, Councillor, you almost took the words out of my mouth. I think we need to improve the diversionary services that we've got in the area, not just Torfaen, but across the whole of Gwent. I think probably that's where I'd like to see some investment. You are right. The young people that are causing these issues are probably bored. Some of them have gone too far, though, unfortunately, and the group that the Chief Exec and I spoke about probably 4 weeks ago have probably gone too far, and enforcement is the most appropriate response for those. The awkward thing is the wider criminal justice issue that we keep arresting these people and we keep locking them up. And as quick as we're locking them up, they're being released from custody with not an awful lot happening to them. So if you were to ask me, I mean, this is the start of it, strong working relationships with the Chief Executive, with the leader, with you as elected members, listening to what the concerns are. But, Certainly, an investment in diversionary services would be a step in the right direction, and strengthening our joint working. That would also be a step in the right direction. I'm really fortunate to have a chief exec who has got strategic leadership of two of the three of my local authorities. So, again, that is certainly a step in the right direction.
Councillor Stuart Ashley.
Hello, Superintendent. Very pleased to see you. I've served for the last 30 years as a community councillor, and we were always delighted to seeing your local inspector or sergeant or, in fact, patrol officers down at community council. That visibility of the police at that level and in our communities is always important, because we can actually form relationships, belong to various local groups to which they come along. Now, the important thing is that boots on the ground ability to see them there, and that's been somewhat lacking lately, because you guys have had priorities, and we obviously at that level have flagged things up. And I'm glad to know we got a forum to do it at this level, because that was sadly lacking, and I'm glad you and the Chief Executive had that conversation. And when I look at issues that come up, it's important that the thing that happened in the paper about Pontypool, it could have been Cwmbran. And I remember seeing an article just back a few weeks ago saying they were rather disappointed that the hotspots in Wales weren't Cwmbran and Pontypool. I was amazed to read that. We're not perceived as, well, as you said, the actual statistics bear out the fact they're not bad places. And but the issues are always use in parks and speeding cars, antisocial behaviour, and issue, lack of police, and it points to the fact that the thing that sort of frustrates me as a councillor is what is police matters and what is council matters. That car parking, sorry, was the other one issues. The things that sit on the councillor's post bag or email. So the business about partnership and who does what and why they don't, it needs to sort of be sorted out. And I'm sure by the sound of it, you've got a handle on it. Also, a lot of us sit on various things where we are sort of managing local partnerships at a very, very local level. And it's glad to hear the person who's in charge of local police has got that. I mean, in a previous life, I did a lot of work in Pontypool. And it could be Pontypool this week and Cwmbran next week. And so how is your strategic management along with our chief executive of what's happening in the borough? I'd be really interested to hear that.
Thanks, Councillor. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Partnership working is absolutely critical and key to, resolving some of the issues that we've spoken about today. And I can reassure you and other elected members that the partnership that certainly I have with the chief executive and the leader is a strong one. It is one where we meet monthly, and it is one where the chief exec pushes me for what our response is to these issues. So I can reassure you that certainly in this local authority, the partnership working between the police and the local authorities is as good as I've seen it anywhere across Gwent. And I've been in this rank for 6.5 years, worked around all of the 5 local authorities, and it's as good as it is in any other local authority across Gwent, thanks to the chief exec.
Can I just quickly come back? The other problem that we've always had at a local level, certainly in Cwmbran, is we've got wonderful inspectors and sergeants in some cases. We get used to them, and then they whiz off somewhere. I won't ally any names, but there's one particular sergeant which was incredibly well known. He got a handle on the place for a while, but it's a pity. We get familiar with you guys, and you get used to you, and you go. That's always been a problem with the police. I just hope that in your case, we can get used to you.
Thank you, Stuart. We do have 10 minutes, and we're over our 10
okay,
minutes.
no, I appreciate that.
Can I just say that I will take Sue Malsom, Nick Haller. I've got a question, if you don't mind. If you'd like to answer them at the end, we'll take the question. I'll go next. And the issue that I have is the 101 call service. I get lots of reports, and I ask, have you called the police? and they say, oh, I ring 101, they never answer it, so I hang up. So I wonder if we can do anything about the 101 length call.
Oh, I'm surprised to hear that. When I used to come to these meetings in Newport 5 or 6 years ago, that would be top of the agenda, the answer times for our 101 service. I can tell you probably the average time that it takes for the operators to answer a 101 call at the moment is about 2 to 3 minutes, which is much better than where it was if I was sat in this meeting 5 or 6 years ago. But if that is the experience that you're having, I will take that back to the strategic leaders that oversee our force control room and ensure that we're looking into how quickly we respond to those calls. And I'm happy to come back to you with some of the data as well.
Thank you very much. Shall I take Sue Martin and Nick Horler?
Thank you. First of all, Rose, you brought up the one question about 101, so thank you on that. Secondly, I'd like to thank the police force. Recently, I was attacked at 12:30 in the evening. Sadly, the response that I got from the police wasn't what I wanted, but it was dealt with within 20 minutes, and everything went smoothly there. Now, we're painting Pontypool as a horrible, rough place. Yes, we have a small minority of young adults that are letting us down. There could be various issues over this. It could be homing issues, it could be drink issues, it could be drugging issues. And yes, it's bringing more services into our social services, more work into social services and identifying problems. And yes, I have to agree with Ron's comment that the police do need to look further into cases, especially where children are involved. Secondly, the officers up with me, they have run ragged, but they're good officers. I assisted you Saturday evening, and they've all come forward and thanked me. My only issue is, do not overrun them. Where you were saying that you're bringing in from Blaenau, you've got 1,500 staff. I think personally you really should be having more staff, you know, to enable to not to spread them around the 3 counties. I don't know if you agree on that. I know that your funding is bad. But secondly, let's get this straight. Pontypool is a jewel, and it's just a small minority that's letting us down, and sadly they are causing a lot of problems. Thank you.
We'll go on to Nick Horlers and then we can answer the both of them. Thank you, Nick. Councillor.
Thank you. How often do we see images of antisocial behaviour on social media, and how often do the police see that? My question to you is, how can we get the word out about reporting these issues to 101 and to Facebook Messenger so the police officers in the areas that are dealing with it can deal with it? 9 times out of 10, particularly in the area that I represent, we have issues that are flagged on social media that the police don't know about, and 9 times out of 10 I have to go back to the community and say it's really important to get the services in the right places at the right times, for those officers to be able to attend those meetings or to see those people, but they don't get involved in 101 and they don't get involved in Facebook Messenger. So my question is, how can you get the message out to communities that it's really important to make those contacts, despite the fact that we've just heard that potentially there are time limits on it, but the easiest way to get hold of the force is through Facebook Facebook Messenger, which gets the message in to the police as quickly. And this in order gets the police officers the right places at the right times to be able to deal with the issues that each community face. So please, can you see if you can put a campaign out to the local communities to make those calls, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Giles Davis, was it a question or just a declaration on your chat?
Yeah, it was both. I forgot to mention, and I'm not sure it's relevant, my nephew's a serving officer in Gwent Police. And also as well, just to say that I fully support as a councillor the police service, especially in my ward. They've been absolutely outstanding, a really good partnership working for at least the last, well, since Sergeant Mike Pheasant was there, got to be the last 10, 12 years. We've had regular meetings with them, and they've been very proactive, even with Craig Ellis, a sergeant. He was, even though I bumped into him. So as I said, as a council, I've never had any difficulties or problems with the police force.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We
Okay,
get the
so
point.
I just want to get that across.
I'll bring Della Harris, Legal Officer, to answer your question.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. With regard to any interest, as this is just a question and answer session, my advice is no need to declare any interest in relation to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the question. We'll just get the final answers from Mike, please.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Going back to the point you made about Pontypool being a jewel in the crown, I agree. Really, interested in listening to the leaders' update about all the events in the park. It is a jewel in the crown, and as I said in my opening address, I think it is a small minority that are causing these issues, and we need to be robust with those people. And in answer to your question around funding, more cops would always be nice, but sometimes you've got to cut your cloth accordingly. And the point that I was making is we're a small force, and we're not a big metropolitan force, and I wanted to reassure you that it's within my gift to move resources around to wherever the demand is, and at the moment that is in Torfaen. Really pleased last year to see a reduction in crime, but we need to keep our foot on the gas with the antisocial behaviour issue. But thank you for your points. The point, Councillor, that you made around getting people to report these issues, you're absolutely right that I will get the data for our 101 service. It's not as bad as it once was, probably 2 to 3 minutes, but I would encourage people to use our social media channels. I would also like to get your views as elected members around our neighbourhood teams doing more surgeries, more community meetings, monthly meetings, so if our residents and communities have issues to raise, they know they can do that in a safe place on a monthly basis. So maybe I can get one of my chief inspectors or inspectors to work with you around what that could look like in refocusing some of our engagement. I think I'll leave it there. I think we're out of time, but I think what today has shown is an appetite for me to come back, and I look forward to coming back for the next meeting.
Thank you. We welcome you coming to our meetings. It's something that we've missed. We used to have regular uptake from the police. And just to let you know, we have a regular meeting with our PCSO in Fairwater, and it goes well. So thank you very much. Thank you to members for asking the questions, and I'm sure it's going to be a lively session next time. Thank you very much. Takes us to agenda item 10, which is the Bronavon Transfer Agreement, LGPS, which starts on page 25 of your agenda. We've got Lindsay Harris, Executive Director of Finance and Procurement at Bronavon Community Housing. Could you deliver the report, please? And welcome to Alan Brun. Welcome.
Thank you. Can I just say a few words of introduction by way of context? So, I'm Alan Brunt, Chief Executive, as you say. I'm joined by Lindsay Harris, as you also explained. We're further joined by our colleague Catherine Love, who's also in the chamber, Deputy Chief Executive and Exec Director of Operations. I'll hand over to Lindsay for an explanation and a setting out of the request that we have of you today in a short while. Just to kick off by way of setting the context for the discussion, I mean, Bronavon is a people business. We deliver services to over 8,000 households across the borough, and those services are delivered by our staff, highly committed, very good staff. Because we're people-dominated as a business, approaching half of our costs as an organisation are around employment costs, and a big proportion of those are in relation to the pension schemes. At the time of transfer in 2008, there was a commitment made by Bronavon as part of the transfer agreement to retain a pension scheme that was broadly similar to the LGPS scheme that is still in place now. At that time, we were, as an organisation, much more confident than we are now that we could continue to support that scheme. Since 2008, the costs of the scheme have steadily risen, and the costs are also volatile as well. And our concern into the future is that we won't be able to continue to support that scheme and be faced with some unpalatable decisions at that point. So the concern certainly of our board, the organisation, the part of the organisation that governs us as a body, in support with the executive team. The concern is to be able to have much more certainty about the cost of our scheme going into the future. The other part of the proposal here is also to try and balance up the provision that we have for pensions within Bronavon, to create a bit more of a fairness between a scheme that we acknowledge is a very, very good scheme. It's a gold standard. The LGPS is the gold standard of pension provision, but we must be able to be certain that we can afford it, and that's our issue. The scheme that around a third of our employees are in currently is a good scheme, but we know that we can improve on it, and this proposal will allow us to do that. And as in the coming years and decades, a growing proportion of our colleagues are in a defined contribution scheme, we want to be sure that that is a scheme that is good, but mostly we also want to be confident that we can afford it. So that's what's behind this proposal here. We are a good employer at Bronavon. We're proud of the fact that we think creatively about how we can continue to be so. This hasn't been an easy issue for us, but I'm delighted that we do have the support of the unions for the proposal, and also the support of the majority of members within the two schemes. And with that, I'll hand over to Lindsay to take us through some of the detail of the discussion.
Thanks. I'll just give a brief overview of the paper. So, Bronavon are requesting an amendment to the transfer agreement with TCBC to amend the pensions clause, and this is in respect of operating the LGPS for employees who transferred from TCBC in 2008. So, Bronavon intends to exit the scheme at the end of this month. For Bronavon colleagues who are currently LGPS members, their LGPS benefits that they've built up to date are protected. As the fund is in surplus, an exit payment will be made to Bronavon by the fund. A transition payment will then be made by Bronavon to employees who exit the LGPS. All Bronavon employees will be offered the same pension scheme going forward, with a 12% employer contribution and no mandatory employee contribution. There are two objectives for us. The first is financial sustainability. So, by removing the financial risk that's inherent in any DB scheme, we can protect the future of the organisation for the benefit of customers, colleagues and communities. And the second objective is equity. So, all of our colleagues will be offered the same pension scheme going forward, whereas currently we offer two very different schemes. The scheme that we'll be offering going forward is an improvement on the current DC scheme that we operate, and it will enable future generations, younger colleagues and those on lower incomes to save for a more comfortable retirement. The proposed changes have been agreed with the trade unions through a collective bargaining process. So, as the paper states, we're asking the Council to relieve Bronavon of the obligation within the transfer agreement and requesting that the Council delegates authority to the Head of Legal Services to agree the deed of variation which has been drafted.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the report? Nathan, Councillor Nathan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both to Alan and Lindsay for coming today. So I'm speaking in my capacity as Chair of the Pension Committee and therefore Chair of the Fund. I've not been involved with any of these negotiations, so we haven't spoken about this previously, which is right, because you've been dealing with the officers, although I have spoken to those officers you've been dealing with, and I've spoken to the Leader and Parcel about it. Obviously, I think we understand the the straitened position or the difficult financial position you find yourself in, because obviously off the back of the last 14 years, 15 years, virtually every public service in the country finds themselves in a difficult position. So you have my sympathy in trying to put yourselves on a better footing in the future. However, I would just like to set out today on 3 major issues to clarify some issues you've written in the paper, because I am aware of the fact that we've had discussions and negotiations with you, and there are some issues that we would have preferred to be in this paper that you haven't put in it. So just for the record, I wanted to set out some of the issues we've had with this position and some clarification to the paper. I'll set from the outset, though, obviously the views of the workforce are paramount here, so I think I'm not quite sure whether this is a path I would have taken, but I will be voting in favour of this because actually the workforce have voted in favour of it. But I think we need to ensure it's not quite the picture you painted in your paper, which I think actually could have had greater balance, if I'm being honest, coming to this meeting to ask us to make this decision. So 3 things. One is, I think, going back 10 years and actually looking at the consequences of Bronavon's decision to close the scheme to new members 10 years ago. I think Bronavon took the decision to close LGPS scheme to new members, I think it was in 2013. That came into effect in 2016. There are a number of implications and long-term implications of that decision, which were communicated to Bronavon by officers at the time, by representatives of the council, which you've not addressed in this paper or not actually been as open about them. The chief implication, obviously, of withdrawing membership of the scheme or access to the scheme concerns the effect that this would then have on the time frame for your funding liabilities. I think due to an historic low funding position that Bronavon had within LGPS anyway, and with a dwindling number of active members paying into the scheme, who were then in effect paying for the liabilities of everybody in the scheme, contribution rates have needed to increase over those 10 years because there's been less money going into your account. And as a consequence of that, I think that your funding requirements have been higher than the average employer requirements across the rest of the fund. I think we've taken this view, and I know we've had this communication with you and predecessors before. If Bronavon had maintained an open scheme at that time, and I understand there would have been financial reasons for taking that decision, this would not have been the case, because actually you would have had all your workforce in the scheme paying for the liabilities of people in the future. I think throughout our recent engagement with this issue, you've maintained that reopening the scheme is not an option. And again, I understand that because the potential cost involved in the short term. I think our advice at the outset of this process was that reopening and therefore recapitalising the scheme would lead to lower contribution rates in the medium term and a healthier position for both Bronavon and the staff over the medium to long term. So that's the first thing I just wanted to set out. That was our view. The second point, and this is specifically referring to paragraph 4.2, which, if not misleading, I don't think necessarily gives the full picture to the council about what you're suggesting. So the Greater Gwent Fund, like all funds as part of the LGPS, carries out a formal valuation review every 3 years. The actuary assesses every employer on its own merits, and individual rates are determined for each employer off the back of that assessment. The impact of your decision to close the scheme to new joiners in 2016, coupled with the below-average funding level, which has been further depressed by the decision to close the scheme, has meant, I think, you were 61% funded in 2022. This was up from 53% in 2019, so definitely a decent direction of travel, and this was largely due to the performance of the fund over that period. But as I think we can agree, it's well below the 98% average for the fund at that point in time. So Hymans Robertson, who acts as the actuary for the fund, calculated at the time the contribution rates of 47.7% of pay plus a £6.2 million per annum would be needed to plug that deficit. I think we've presented these figures to you. At no point was these given to you as a sort of take it or leave it, this is what you must do. And actually they were formed as the basis of a negotiation between yourselves and the fund as to a way forward. I think as far as we're concerned, you confirmed at the time that you could continue to pay contributions at that level, and you assured us that this would be affordable over the life cycle of the 20-year business plan that is required to prepare, to satisfy any creditor requirements. I think we can all agree, and I hope you do agree, that we as a fund have carried out extensive work with our actuaries, with our lawyers, and actually in communicating and negotiating with you to put in place the extra security for the fund and for all other employers in the fund. I think it's worth to mention that would give comfort in the event of you withdrawing from the scheme with what would have been potentially a multi-million-pound deficit. I think when an employer cannot meet their obligations as part of the scheme, the cost falls back on all employers. And I think we would hopefully agree that is always something we would want to avoid. So if there was any shortfall or problem with Bronavon, for example, it would be the rest of the fund that would have to accommodate or take on those costs. So that's just the clarification point on 4.2. Just a quick couple of sentences on the current position of the LGPS and the direction of travel. Due to rising interest rates, the value of assets now required to meet the projected future liability costs of the scheme is much, much lower. This has resulted in a significantly improved funding level over the past 18 months or so, i.e. since the last formal valuation. At employer level, this varies due to employer circumstances, but I think our calculations suggest that Bronavon has seen an indicative 65% improvement in funding, in its funding level over that period of time, meaning that you are now effectively in surplus. I think what has been evident over the last 12 months or so, and again I can understand the rationale for it, even if I do not agree with it, a number of private sector consultants have advised LGPS employer organisations of the possibility to sort of cease participation and take advantage of their full funding position to receive surplus assets back, i.e. either pausing contributions or leaving the fund entirely so they can take a cash payout effectively. I think it seems quite self-evident that this is the route you've chosen to take. I think just again to say that the view of the funds, because obviously we have a fiduciary responsibility to our employers and to all the scheme members to ensure that we are running the fund in a way that maximises returns for the benefits of scheme members and pensioners. But also we have I think one of the reasons the Council has taken a view on this previously is actually we want to ensure that the workforce are actually in the best possible position when it comes to their retirement. Personally, I do not necessarily personally agree with the decisions you're taking and that you are asking us to take today. Principally because of this, we haven't gone into it in that much detail, you are suggesting you are taking some of your staff out of a defined benefit pension, which, as you say, is the gold-plated one, into a defined contribution pension. So the risk involved with this new pension scheme is moving from the employer onto the staff. I think remaining in the scheme and committing to the long term would have had many more benefits, potentially, both to the employer and to the employee, especially given my earlier comments on market conditions currently, including there's likely to be a reduction in employer contribution rates from April 2026 due to the position of funding levels of the fund. As I've said, I think opening the scheme to new joiners would improve your funding base and the ability to perpetuate the scheme that you're choosing to walk away from. And I think actually the funding position means we have greater flexibility in the future to have individual agreements with employers about the level and the nature of the investments we make. Like I said, I will be voting in favour of this because actually you've had that engagement with the trade unions. Actually, if the workforce themselves are happy with what you have suggested, then I'm prepared to go along with this. But I think it was important, actually, there were facts missing from your paper about the engagement and the flow of information that you've had from us. So I think it was important to point out today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Yoel. Councillor Carl Gordon.
Thank you, Presiding Member. The Monitoring Officer did rightly point out that I am, in declarations of interest, I am an employee of Unison. For obvious reasons, as an elected member, I don't operate within Torfaen because of a massive conflict of interest, but prior to my election, I did. But I do, represent tens of thousands of local government, public sector workers in Wales. As I sat and had my morning coffee, and I checked my social media, and you have a thing called See Your Memories. So I had a look at what my memories were for today. And 7 years ago, I was preparing yet again for another day of industrial action outside Bronavon's buildings. A long, bitter, unnecessary dispute where Bronavon were attacking their staff's terms and conditions. And here we are, back in the same position. Local government doesn't pay desperately well, particularly at the lower end. Okay, the public sector doesn't pay particularly well, particularly at the lower end. But one thing that is attractive about working in government, working in local government, is a fairly decent pension scheme. And as Mr. Brunt has said, the gold standard scheme. I like to think, as elected members, we play our part in sort of caring for the staff who work for us. And I will give a shout out to Councillor Hunt, because there is no bigger advocate, probably in Wales, of the rights of the worker and making sure staff are treated well and rewarded well. And his work on the sort of local government association bears that out. So that's the ethos that's in this room. So when local authorities divest housing stock or leisure trusts or whatever, we think of them still as public service workers, and clearly you will have people working in Bronavon, long-term members of the LGPS scheme, who were formerly council employees. So when people are, outsourced, if you like, we want to make sure there are stipulations they continue to be looked after and treated well. Hence, in the transfer agreement in 2008, it says you'll stay in that scheme or a broadly similar one. Now, Lindsay has tried to convey or suggested that the scheme now being offered is broadly similar. It's not, is it? It's nowhere near. As Councillor Yowell has pointed out, we're going from a defined contribution to a defined benefit scheme. You talked about meaningful consultation with the trade unions. That's not the message I got. Not at all. Throughout, and Mr. Brunt, at the start, you said, probably in the first sentence, we are a people business. I hope that includes your staff, because what I understand is that management were completely intransigent from the start. They were determined to move to this position. There was no negotiation as such. When the workforce, represented by their trade unions, pushed back against the idea, what Bronavon did was issue what's called an HR1. Now, an HR1 is the legislative document that you have to produce when you are proposing large-scale redundancies. Right? You weren't making people redundant, but what you were proposing to do was dismiss and re-engage, or as we now call it, fire and rehire. One of the most pernicious, reprehensible tactics that an employer can use when dealing with their workforce. Then you increased your incentives. I'll call it an incentive, because I don't want to use a more salacious phrase, to sort of buy people out of this. But you then met with the workforce without the trade unions and introduced a clause that only those who agreed to the transfer would get this huge incentive. So divide and conquer. So please don't come and tell us the unions have agreed. It was under severe duress that it was agreed, because when you threaten somebody's livelihood with fire and rehire, what are they going to do? Because if they don't re-engage on the new term, they're out of a job. So you're threatening livelihoods. So, please, it's not good. The incoming Labour government, hopefully in the New Deal for Working People, just to make a vaguely political point, are taking steps to remove the option of fire and rehire. And I am quite frankly disgusted that a public sector provider in our borough has used that tactic to force their workers to take a much less attractive option. Like I say, you're a people business. Give people the dignity and respect they need. So this isn't for you guys, because I think the race is run, as Councillor Yowell pointed out. The situation has been arrived at. My issue is the way this was arrived at, because it's not good. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Presiding Member.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Daniels?
So I think from the outset, I'll lead on saying that I will very, very reluctantly support this. Reluctantly for the reasons that Councillor Gordon's has just outlined. I mean, I think it's, to say regrettable that we've arrived to the place that we're at is probably an understatement. I do hold the same views as Councillor Gordon on fire and rehire. I'm not comfortable with that at all. The terms and conditions I would not be happy with this pension scheme myself. I'm someone who's increasingly thinking about my own future and the importance of pensions to my future. And so I do now think about your staff and your staff of my age who will now be faced with these new conditions, and they aren't on any level comparable with what they've got at the moment, or what we've got at the moment here in the LGPS scheme. And the conduct so far it brings questions for me, because I think by far the most concerning thing for me going forward is the aspect that once you're released from the LGPS scheme, there's nothing stopping you from changing this new scheme that these staff will be put onto. There's nothing to say that this 12% contribution that you will be giving can't go down, or it could be a less favourable scheme. We have no control, no say over how you proceed beyond that. And as a business, as you increasingly take that focus, you may be looking at that in the future, and I would be seeking some reassurance. I want something on record that you will not be changing this scheme in the foreseeable future to a less favourable scheme for staff. And it's really important that we get that down on record before we progress. I think it's intensely regrettable that we got to the position that we're at, because I try to maintain a good relationship with Bronavon. I try to be a champion of Bronavon through the council, and I've found increasingly very difficult to do that on this particular matter.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart-Ashley.
I must admit, I've listened to what my colleagues have had to say, and I do agree. Certainly what Nathan said, and he was much involved with all of this, and Carl Gordon, who's full-time officer of the union which I belong to. I'm currently a pensioner myself, being advanced years, and you've only got one chance at a pension once you've finished with your work, and going from the terms of the local government scheme through to this scheme, which is obviously, as David outlined, it's not good in comparison with the old local government scheme, and the people that went over, and I well remember that era, because I wasn't the borough councillor at the time, but we were told that this would work much, much better. And then people of David's age, which he's also said, have not got this option, or won't have this option, and it doesn't seem right. Well, I will very reluctantly vote for this, as Nathan has said. It's a done deal and agreed that I will put my observations there as well. I won't say any more, but not too happy about it.
Thank you, Councillor Ashley. We've got two more speakers, Councillor Giles Davies and Councillor Alan Slade.
Yeah, I'm just been listening to the arguments from Bronavon for it, and from the council, who's obviously very upset about it. So what I can understand is, if everybody's so upset about it, as a protest, just vote against it. I'll be voting against it. Like, everybody's got faces like turkeys voting for Christmas. If you feel that strongly against something, just say, no, we're not happy. It's going to go through, whatever, because Bronavon will do what they want to do. But as councillors, we can make a stand and say these are our former employees. We're not happy with it. We've all got a good relationship with Bronavon. We're upset about this. You're all saying it's terrible. You know, it's fire, rehire. So just say no. I'm going to vote no because I think it's wrong. So I really can't understand why everybody looks as if they're going to burst into tears, but going to reluctantly support it. You know, either can be for it or against it. I just can't work out what's going on in front of me. We're here for the people and for these former employees of Torvain. I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Ansley.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank Councillor Gordon for his comments. It's obviously not the rosy picture painted by the report in our agenda pack. Unlike Councillor Gordon and Councillor Daniels, unlike them, I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the questions. I'll bring you in to respond to those.
Can I respond briefly, please? I mean, there's a number of issues that were raised in there. I mean, the reason that we've even contemplated this difficult issue is a serious concern about our ability to sustain this. And we have to think of it not from the position that we were in 2016, which was before any of our time either on the board or in the executive team. We have to deal with the situation that we're faced with now. And the problem has been that, you know, what we've faced over the last few years is an increase in cost in the scheme and some volatility in that. And looking forward to seeing a situation where, as a board, we're in a really uncomfortable position of not being able to anticipate some of the increasing costs. So we may be able to say, well, into 2026, it's okay, but beyond that, we're a long-term organisation. We have to look beyond that. In terms of our engagement with the trade unions and the employees, you wouldn't be surprised to hear me say that we have a very different understanding and a very different sort of recognition of from what's been described. I think we've tried to approach this with the trade unions in a very open way, and the issue around HR1, for example, was not used by us as a threat to employees or members of the scheme. We issued the HR1 because we were required to do so at a point where there was a legal risk of people whose terms and conditions might be significantly changing. That's the reason that we used it. Always the intention was to get the agreement with the unions such that we wouldn't have to engage in that tactic. So we're not P&O. We're not that kind of employer. If we were that kind of employer, we wouldn't be contemplating and discussing with the trade unions and our workforce the probability, I'll put it as high as that, of us shifting to a 4-day week work position. We're not the sort of employer that some of the remarks would seem to suggest that we are. We're doing this for very sound reasons. We think we've come up with a good offer for members of LGPS, which is why we think there's a strong feeling in favour of that move. I think so. You know, clearly we don't agree with all of the comments that we've heard. So. I think I'll leave the comments at that.
I'd like to add a few things. So I never claimed that the scheme that we're proposing is broadly similar. It's a completely different scheme. But what I can say is that our employees have had significant education on what this means for them as individuals, and they have voted for it, and that's what the ballot results show. We've modelled the affordability of 12% for all. We're confident that we can maintain that through the long term. The HR1, as Alan said, you know, we were never intending to make mass dismiss and re-engagements. We were advised to file this at the time Otherwise, it would, if we had to use it at a later date, it would look like an ambush, essentially. So we were advised to file that at the time by our legal advisors. And the whole point of that was if we didn't get agreement through the collective bargaining, we would have had to go directly to colleagues. Now, if 99% of our colleagues voted to leave the LGPS and get the transition payment and go into a new scheme, but 1% didn't, that's the only circumstance that we would have ever enacted that for a very small number of individuals. So obviously, I just wanted to clear that up. And the last point I wanted to make is that we have to consider all of our colleagues, not just our LGPS colleagues. And the two-tier system that we inherited when we joined Bron Avon isn't fair. And it's very evident that many of our colleagues within the organisation under the current scheme couldn't save for a comfortable retirement. But we can achieve everyone saving for comfortable retirement through this proposal, through the changes that we're making, because everyone will be in a scheme that meets the standards of the Living Pension Scheme.
Thank you very much. Members, the recommendations start on page 32 of the report at 8.1. Oh, apologies, Councillor Dave Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. I was just seeking clarification. I wanted a statement on what I asked, which is around the change to this potential change to that scheme in the future, because what we're effectively doing now is handing over all responsibility for so you don't have to consult us in future. What I think we could really do with is a statement that this new pension scheme that staff will be moving on to, you won't be changing that for the worse in the future.
Yeah. Can I pick up on that? As part of the negotiations, we guaranteed to the unions that that scheme would be in place for the coming 30 years.
It's the contribution rate that would be in place for 30 years, so the 12% contribution rate, that won't go down for the next 30 years. We are going to look at alternative schemes, but this is to make sure that they've got the best scheme possible. So we'll only move if employees want it, and it's an advantage for employees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other further comments before I go to the recommendation? Thank you.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
We need 5 members. Is it 5? 6 members to agree with that recorded vote. I can see 1, 2, 3. We have 6. Yes, thank you. Who's taking the... Dom, are you going to... Oh, yeah. Can we have a recorded vote then, please? The recommendations are on page 32 of the report at 8.1. Can I ask members whether they agree? Oh, we'll go through the recorded vote and you can say agree or not, or abstain. Thank you, Dom. Are you going to take it, or Chris?
It's me.
Thank you, Chris.
Member. Thank you. Councillor Ashley?
Agreed, reluctantly.
Councillor Best? Agree. Councillor Benera?
Against.
Councillor Burnett?
Against.
Councillor Richard Clark?
Agree.
Councillor Clarkson?
Agreed, reluctantly.
Thank you. Councillor Cowles?
Agree.
Councillor Cross?
Agree.
Councillor Daniels?
Agree.
Councillor Davis?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Evans?
Agree, reluctantly.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Gordon?
Agree.
Councillor Carl Gordon?
Abstain.
Councillor Haynes?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Haller?
Abstain.
Sorry?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Councillor John Haller?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt?
Agree.
Councillor Gaynor James?
Agree.
Councillor John James?
Agree.
Mark Jones?
Against.
Thank you. Peter Jones?
Agree.
Councillor Malson?
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Rosemary Matthews.
Agree.
Councillor Sue Morgan.
Agree.
Was that agree, sorry?
Confirm. Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Jason O'Connell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mandy Owen.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Parish.
Agree. Reluctantly.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Seaborn.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Simons.
Agree.
Councillor Slade.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Tew.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas. Sorry, Colette Thomas.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor David Thomas.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jane Watkins.
Agree, reluctantly.
Thank you. Councillor Lucy Williams.
Agree.
And Councillor Nathan Yole.
Agree.
Thank you. I've got 24 for, Madam Presiding Member, 9 against and 4 abstentions.
Thank you, Chris. That report is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance. You can see it was quite a contentious issue. We'll be watching closely. Thank you. That takes us to agenda item 11, which is the project update revised watercourse proposal on page 33 of your agendas. David H., Strategic Director, Adults and Communities, could you deliver the report, please?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Good morning, members. You've got myself and Beth McPherson today to present the report. I'm going to give some initial context in terms of some of the history on the British, and just to link it into the developments that have taken place, because I'm very mindful that it is a while since the previous update, and then I'll hand over to Beth to talk through the substantive content of the report. Key things for me, just to draw out at the start of the report, links into those very early key messages. The Council purchased the British site back in 2016. And it did so to take the site out of that cycle of speculation. What had happened previously was developers coming in, acquiring the site, developing proposals that were linked to large-scale residential development or coal extraction. The proposals then weren't viable. The site was then going back on the market and was coming back forward for purchase, and then that was repeated several times. When the council stepped in, it was to purchase the site from the receivers, and it did so with some funding from Welsh Government and a commitment of funds from the authority as well, to address the highest risk hazards that were on the site. And members will recall from several papers that have come forward, both into council and to cabinet, that over time we've developed a much greater understanding of where the priorities lie in relation to those hazards, which ones we're able to treat, and how we can develop and design up a scheme to take those forward. There's been previous iterations of that scheme that have been linked to the budget available at the time and the varying estimates that we have as we develop the scheme through those design stages. We're now at a more advanced stage of design, and I'll hand over to Beth to talk you through the proposal for the designs on the table in front of members today, and the implications for that in relation to the project budget.
Thanks, Dave. Morning, members. So, as Dave has set out in terms of the context of the report, is to put forward the proposed design to take forward and the associated financial implications. There are 4 main purposes attached to the report, and these are outlined in section 2, but primarily to provide an update on where we are with the current position, to seek a decision in respect of the additional capital funding requirement and to endorse a maximum budget within the Council Capital Strategy. And finally, to note that the scheme will provide a solution to accommodate a 1 in 100 plus 20% flood event, as opposed to the originally reported 1 in 100 plus 40% SAP compliant opportunity. So Dave has provided a clear context and history to the site and the scheme that supports the contents that is set out within the main body of the report. Section 3.1 through to 3.18 sets out chronologically the studies, investigations and multiple design works that have been required since the site was purchased in 2016. This has provided us with greater certainty of the site and to identify and secure funding in order to deliver project objectives, which for Phase 1 is targeted at addressing the greatest flood risks and high priority mine entries. It comprises of two key elements, one around the geotechnical works initially involved in locating the shafts and adits located along the proposed new water course and pose the greatest risk to amenity users of the site. The remediation element forming part of the future watercourse works. The second element is around formalising the water flows into a new watercourse scheme that holds water at surface in order to manage the discharge flow rate and reduce pressure on the eastern culvert and a subsequent flood event. As the project has developed, a number of factors, not least the pandemic, availability of specialist consultants, material costs and rapid inflation, have had a direct impact on the costs associated with delivering the scheme. 3.1, 3.9 and 3.12 provide a summary of the council capital and external funding that has been secured to date, and a financial overview is provided more fully in section 6 of this report. Notably, in August of 2023, a pre-application consultation took place to inform a planning submission for the proposed drainage scheme. At that point in time, it was based on a northern reservoir and a southern pond solution. However, the most recent GI reports, or the ground investigation reports, have indicated significant grouting requirements at the northern end of the site, and this alongside inflationary costs and other factors have indicated that a minimum budget shortfall of 3.5 million against the available 4.28 would have been the position. We explored extensive value engineering with that two-pond solution, along with external funding opportunities. However, these could not be progressed, and therefore we then instructed WSP in February of 2024 to undertake a further exercise in value engineering the design. This is based on a one-pond solution at the southern end, and whilst it falls outside the affordability envelope that we currently have, it is within our gift through council capital to support the scheme. That deficit stands at 1.255 million. The detail relating to the design proposal and associated costs are outlined within the main body of the report. Section 4 starts by setting out the strategic case for the additional capital investment and is supported by visuals and technical drawings presented in the relevant appendices of your pack. The scheme will provide a number of features, as outlined in section 4.1.3 through to 4.12. You'll have an opportunity, obviously, to review the detail. Perhaps some of the key points to note, as I mentioned, that the scheme will be at a reduced rate in terms of the flood risk, so it'll be a 1 in 100 plus 20%. So whilst this is a reduced scheme, it does meet Welsh Government guidance and is supported by the drainage team in terms of its requirements and suitability. The northern pond will be replaced by a surface drainage channel that will connect the Castlewood stream and Blaengafog to the southern pond. And this will run along the northern end of the site before travelling down south. All materials excavated on site will be retained on site, reducing costs associated with the removal and disposal, and similarly will reduce the carbon footprint. That material will form 3 bins on the black patch. These will be no more than 3 metres in height. It will be a 1 in 10 walkable side slope and naturally landscaped with flat tops so that it complements and blends with the existing landscape. WSP have advised on the locations and spoil tip heights and indicated their suitability at this stage. The site biodiversity is obviously one of key importance and is something that has been fed back through the engagement work that we've undertaken. and this is recognised by its status. We will ensure that the design proposals seek to minimise its impact and mitigate for any unavoidable loss, and to include enhancements to provide an overall net biodiversity gain. The southern pond will be at a reduced capacity with a maximum depth of 2.4. However, it is important to note that this is an attenuation pond to accommodate the flood event outlined. The pond will support amenity value, the noting that the maximum capacity would only ever be achieved should the flood event for which the pond is designed to accommodate occurs. A reduced body of water should be expected in most instances, and we seek to illustrate this through the visuals included as an appendices. A walkway for amenity users will be included, and this is from the big arch along the southern pond, and then we'll travel up along the watercourse to provide that amenity use for residents and visitors. Finally, within this section of the report, it highlights the current discussions with Idris and notes that officers have engaged with the team on the changes to the watercourse proposals, and it does not impact on their proposals or willingness to work with the council to bring these proposals forward. Within section 4, we talk around the financial case, and essentially to deliver the original proposed SAP compliance scheme with the reservoir and southern attenuation was significantly increased project cost by a minimum of 3.5. And as we've set out, that is primarily linked to the extensive grouting that would be required at that element of the site. As mentioned in 4.2.4, in the absence of alternative or viable funding sources, extensive value engineering was required to develop a solution that will still be able to deliver against the original project objectives. And there is a financial summary there. So the original budget of 7.6 are spent to date, leaving a remaining budget of 3.9, and the current works are coming in at 5.2 million with a budget deficit of the 1.255. Important to note at this point that the assumptions in terms of the deficit also are based on the current construction work cost plan, and those prices are set at a forecasted December 24 rate, so it has allowed for an allowance in terms of inflation. It also includes a contingency of 20% for construction and 25% for the prelims. So again, this is in line with Green Book recommendations, so sets a favourable level of contingency, and includes the consultancy fees through to the completion of the project. Hopefully this will mitigate around some of the risks of cost escalation as we move to tender and construction on site, which we know is a risk with any capital project. In terms of section 4.3, it sets out how we will essentially manage the project in terms of the project team and the governance arrangement. But most importantly, perhaps to note, is the timeline within which we're seeking to take forward and implement the project. It provides an ambitious, but we believe deliverable programme. It is important that we have ambition and to push on at pace to conclude this phase of the works and deliver the scheme that reduces the hazards and makes the site more accessible to residents. In section 4.4, largely been covered, however, I would note that the design proposal outlined within the report presents the most viable option that can be progressed without a dependency on external funding and can be implemented within the next 18 months. Should Council choose not to allocate the additional funds, the funding deficit would remain and the project unable to progress at this time, having sourced the current options available to us. There has been extensive engagement throughout the process and a number of key consultees internally that we are working with alongside WSP as consultants, and a public engagement event was held at the beginning of the month to set out the revised designs. If we move to section 6 in terms of the financial implications first, so as we said, a total funding package of 7.6 million has been secured to date. 6.14 sets out how that's sort of being formulated by way of external funding from VPP and the annual funding alongside our own capital commitment, the spends to date, and the cost which leaves us with a deficit. To further mitigate the risks around cost escalation that could occur at the point of tender or commencement on site, is a proposal that a capital allocation of up to 1.5 million has been built into the capital strategy, which will be considered separately on the agenda today. The further risks are also outlined, which I think have broadly been covered in the overview, but maybe some points to draw upon. In terms of the flood risk, whilst the solution does accommodate for a lesser flood event, it is still to a level that is in line with Welsh Government guidance and acceptable to the drainage team. From a habitat loss perspective, protecting against habitat loss is an important consideration and one of high importance, and has featured in the feedback received from engagement work. To mitigate, our ecologist is a key consultee to the project, and planning policy ensures that the design delivers a suitable biodiversity benefit. The water levels and the concern about the impact of sort of lower levels, just to sort of reiterate, Southern Attenuation Pond has been designed primarily to reduce the flood risk, which greatly exceeds normal expected rainfall and the associated water levels. Therefore, the water levels in both the channel and the ponds will be lower than the maximum levels that are outlined in this report. We are undertaking modelling to establish those water levels at any given point of the year, and we'll share these once available. Further to this, the design incorporates, as far as possible, the use of natural materials and vegetation to ensure the visual appearance during a period of reduced flow and not in stark contrast to the natural environment and the landscape of the British. There are risks associated with doing nothing and not progressing the scheme, and they're outlined in 6.2.7 through 6.2.9. And then the recommendations, as I set out at the start, is to note the current position on the project, to approve the request for additional capital funding from Council at a minimum of 1.255 million, and to note that an allocation of up to a maximum of 1.5 million has been allowed for within the capital strategy.
So if I could just conclude very briefly then, what we've tried to put before members here is a scheme that brings the development of the watercourse forward quickly at the British, isn't reliable on additional external funding, which would lead to that delay, still achieves that initial objective of creating an amenity activity on the site, but importantly addresses that principal hazard. It won't remove all of the hazards on the site, and I think previous reports have been clear that there are remaining hazards on the site, and that will remain the case. But we will continue to monitor those hazards through our risk assessment processes as well.
Thank you, Dave. Bethan, any questions from members? No? Oh.
Yeah, I got my hand up.
Councillor Ansley, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. When approved, this will bring the cost of this project over £9 million, which is a 150% increase on the original projected cost of 3.7 million. Total Violence contribution to this bottomless money pit of a project will be 4.5 million. Yet when members asked the council to purchase T Gwyn nursing home, we were told there was no money. When opposition members asked the council to purchase Glanravan nursing home, we were told that there was no money. Our roads are full of potholes. There's a lack of community facilities for our teenagers, yet there's clearly a blank cheque for the British side. Could someone from the executive please explain to the people of Torfaen what their priorities are?
Thank you, Councillor Slade. I'll take Councillor Giles Davis and then we'll take the answers. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a hard one to follow, that. Yeah, it seems to be a pattern here with the British, the community farm and the Pontypool levelling up project. We seem to be being promised marvellous things and hemorrhaging money all the time. And the British, when it was first proposed and we bought the British, we was all stood there, we was promised this, promised that on a budget, and we thought, oh, this is fantastic, it's a dangerous site, it needs doing. So I haven't got it, but I just can't understand where the money's going, because at the moment I'm disappointed. Everything we was promised, we're not getting. We're just going to get a little tiny pond, basically, on the only recovered part of the site. I've got to support it, because at the end of the day, the people of the Absac and Ward have been living with this site for God knows how many years. It's a death trap. But I'm just really concerned about the scrutiny of this and other projects. You know, it's just money after money. We've got to have something there, although it's my ward, to show the public. And if we today now say that we don't support this, we're going to be ending up as a council with egg in our face, because nothing will happen. The people are saying, well, you've spent millions and millions of pounds on this site. What are you going to do with it? It's still unsafe. There's still a risk of flooding if you don't go ahead with this pond. So we basically got our hands tied. But I am concerned throughout Torfaen, we got these big ambitious plans going forward, and it just seems to be hemorrhaging money. Is anybody actually watching the spending? Or, you know, we can't keep blaming COVID all the time. COVID, yeah, it was here, it was gone. Things have risen, but surely all this is taken into account at the start, rising costs. So, yeah, I've got to support it for my ward, but I can understand where the members of this council are getting a bit cheesed off when we say we've no money to pay on other things, but we can find it for other projects like the community farm, the British, extra money for the levelling up thing in Pontypool. So, yeah, I think it needs to be looked at. So I will be supporting this today. I've got to, because I haven't got other option, but I am concerned about the money hemorrhaging.
Thank you,
not just on
Councillor
this project,
Davis.
but others. Thank you.
Councillor Elizabeth Haynes.
Thank you, Chair. I sort of support both of the previous two councillors. 4.4.5 sort of outlines the risks of do nothing. Basically, our hands are tied. The British has always been, for many, many years, the British has been a death trap. In fact, as you all know, there's been a death up there. But down, let me scroll, down in the 6.2.9, the last sentence of that ends with employment and skills opportunities and financial returns linked to development arrangements, e.g. Idris. Now, is this in relation to the 8% that we'll be getting from any of the developments outlined in the next agenda report, even though we'll be handing over significant pieces of land to them to start with, because that concerns me. Could I have an explanation of what financial returns linked to development arrangements, e.g. Idris, means, please?
Thank you. Do you want to take those couple of questions? Then we've got a few more after. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. I want to respond to Councillor Slade's comments. Yes, it is a significant amount of money, isn't it? And when we bought the site in 2016, we knew it needed significant investment, and we knew it would take quite a while, given that it's an old, abandoned industrial site with many known and many unknown risks. We can't forget that the British is a prized green asset for the borough, and it's got so much potential for health and wellbeing opportunities, for green energy opportunities, and for employment opportunities. It outlines in the report, if we don't do anything now, that site will stay as it is, with many hazards, with the flood risk on it. So if members are minded to approve the report today, we can move forward, and in 18 months' time we would have completed the works and the site will be safer. The one-pond solution isn't as grand as the two-pond solution, but the two-pond solution was 3.5 million over our budget. So officers worked exceptionally hard exploring external funding opportunities and considering alternative solutions. So whilst this is just a one-pond solution, which is less grand, it does deliver the objectives to minimise the chance of flood risk and also to tackle the highest priority hazards.
Can I just, have you got anything to add to that? Okay, Councillor Slade, do you want to come back in?
Could I just raise a few points? Thank you, Chair. In 2016, opposition members advised that this would be a massive risk, even though it was like £300,000, because they were unknown risks. Officers who had employed consultants at this time said they knew the key risks and that it would cost £3.7 million. In 2021, I'll give you the quote. In the report, the costs by this time have gone up to £7.5 million. Officers said, and I quote, they were comfortable with the costs and they did not foresee a further request from the council for additional funding. And they now had a greater knowledge and understanding of the site and of the risks associated. I mean, really? We're here today for another £1.5 million. I'm no doubt maybe we're back here in another couple of years asking for another bailout. I really like my question answered. You know, what are the council's priorities here? Because as far as the British is concerned, there's a bottomless pit. Yet for other concerns, like potholes, like facilities for teenage kids, we don't seem to have any money at all.
Thank you. Anthony, do you want to come in or you come in at the end? Okay. Any comments?
If I can pick up a couple of the specific queries around the processes then and that sort of level of knowledge of the risks on the site. If I start with that one, it's true to say that our knowledge of risks on the site develops as we go through the design process, and that is the case with any of the projects that we or other public bodies would be doing. We had a greater understanding of those risks in 2021. At that point in time, we were comfortable with the proposals that were being put forward. The change that we found is once they've done further geotechnical investigations, the extent of some of the grouting, so the extent of one of those risks is greater. It's not a new risk that we weren't aware of at the time, it's the extent of that risk and the impact on the scheme. And what we've done to try and mitigate that is we've looked at redirecting water around that risk, we've looked at managing it in a different way, we've looked at all of the things that we can do to the designs of the scheme to try and get rid of that financial pressure and to try and reduce it down where we can. Just in relation to that question around the original costs of the scheme and why has it gone up by so much, I think it was Councillor Davis's question linked into that as well. I understand the point certainly around COVID, but the impact of COVID on the construction markets and on inflation was significant. And we did see significant inflationary pressure at that time that we simply couldn't have foreseen or wouldn't have been aware of in 2016 when the original proposals were put forward. And I do accept that a site like this continues to have risk associated with it. It is a very complex site. It's a very complex scheme to be able to bring forward. What we're looking to do here, the scheme will soon go out for planning and to tender. Once a scheme is tendered, that provides us essentially with a firmer fixed cost. So costs up until that point will always be estimates based on the knowledge that we have of the site. But that knowledge and those costings do develop as we progress through that process.
Okay, Lucy Williams, Councillor Lucy Williams.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and thank you for this very detailed report. What I wanted to try and understand a little bit better, it's referring to 4.2.3 about the discussions that you've had in relation to grant funding. And I fully appreciate that time can't be lost in taking this project ahead because essentially we're talking about flood mitigation and you know, minimising significant dangers in the terms of, you know, the climate crisis. But it was interesting to see that those two particular funding pots weren't available to you, and I appreciate that you've had a lot of discussion. So my question is that a completely done deal that you'll never be able to refer again for grant funding, or is it down the line, or is there any kind of appeal? Because I find it quite interesting that those two bodies didn't have the assurance that this was relevant. So just have a bit of an understanding about current funding decisions and if there's a possibility in the future to reapply for grant funding.
Yeah, absolutely. So the history with those two funds is they were on quite tight timelines for the delivery. So a part of the response to that is that the timelines didn't align. By the time that funding would have been awarded and the decisions taken, we wouldn't have had the time then to deliver the capital spend within that funding window. Those funding windows may reopen. That will be a decision for those funding bodies. All we can say at the minute is that they're not currently open to receive applications of this type. The risk that I think the British has faced throughout its project is that we've tried to seek external funding repeatedly at various stages on this. That does hold some risk to us because the longer that we delay the implementation of the scheme, the more that puts pressure on from an inflationary perspective on the budgets that we've got. So it will always be a balance between trying to find external funding to mitigate the ask of members with the inflationary pressure and risk that that puts onto the final sum. And the challenge that we have when we submit funding bids, particularly in this climate and particularly over the last few years, is that we're increasingly being asked for more certainty around costings that we're putting into that bid. And of course that puts us into this cycle that I think we're at risk of going into here if we start looking for the sources of external funding, which is that we put that application in, by the time it's determined, factored into the programme, inflation will have kicked in and those costs may have changed. And while we can estimate inflation, there's been two particular spikes of inflation over the last 2 to 3 years, both caused by different events that would have caused us a problem with that. So there may be other funding available in future for the British. We'll certainly continue to explore, and if we can draw funding in to essentially pay for things that are eligible that we were committed to doing anyway, we'll certainly do that. But it would be a risk for members to consider of us relying on an external funding source. If I can come back as well, because I'm mindful I didn't answer Councillor Haynes' question around Idris. This is something that's picked up, as you rightly state, in the next report. There's two elements relating to Idris. One is the immediate return of funds as a result of land sales when those go forward, if they go forward as part of that programme. But the other is linked into a revenue return based on energy sales. So the percentage isn't just a percentage of the land sales that's presented in the table. There's a percentage of gross revenue returns on energy that potentially could be substantial as well. So it's something I can go into more detail when we discuss the Idris report, but that's the basis on which that financial return is referenced in this report.
Thank you. Councillor Anthony Hunt, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, just a few comments, really. Look, all capital projects are always going to be contentious because they compete with each other, and whatever you choose to spend your money on, there's always something else that is competing against it in a time of finite resources, as we'll see later in report number 13. But I think this is about risk and opportunity. Two valid questions asked. One is why this? I think the history of the site that was passed from land bank to land bank organisation, all effectively absentee landlords, leaving it to go to ruin, leaving the risks on site, both in terms of flooding and safety, to get worse, not better. I recall a time in, I think it was 2013 or 2014, when I was invited up to London as exec member for finance, alongside another exec member, to be offered the site for £7 to £9 million as a brilliant opportunity for us to take over the site. We said no to that, but then when it came up at a fraction of that cost, you know, a few percentage of that cost, it was felt that this was a time-limited, the only opportunity we'd have to get the site away from that succession of being passed from pillar to post, with no opportunity for the local community to have anything on there that's anything other than, you know, a danger and increasingly an eyesore. So I accept that things haven't been easy since then. We were warned very clearly by officers in 2016-17 about the risks and the complexity of the but I'm still of the view that you either just do nothing and accept that, you know, things are just going to continue to get worse, or you take the risk of stepping in and trying to make something better. The cost rises, you know, anyone who's tried to get a quote for an extension or building work has known over the last 5 years have, you know, run away with themselves, and that's no difference with projects like this. But I think in the real world, I think we just have a choice to make. Do we accept, you know, a bleak future for the British for doing nothing, or do we look to maximise opportunities by taking the risk? We are here. So that's why I'll be supporting this report. You know, I know it's been a difficult road, but I think officers have put a lot of work into getting where we are. And I think, you know, if we go ahead now, you know, I'm finally optimistic that in the next, you know, period of time, we'll be able to see some real improvements from the people on the site. and that's thanks to the hard work of people who have not taken the easy option of just letting things be, that have stepped in to make a difference here. So, yeah, I'll be supporting the report.
Thank you, Leader. Members, the recommendations are on page 42 of the report at 8.1, 8.2 and 8.3. I'll ask members whether they agree with the recommendations, please. All those in favour? Anyone against? 2, 3, 4. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. That report is carried. Takes us to agenda item 12, the British joint venture agreement with Idris on page 59 of your agenda. Dave Leach, Strategic Director, Adults and Communities. Could you deliver this report to us, please?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Obviously, there are clear linkages between this report and the previous one. So we were approached by organisations back in 2021, 2022, who had seen the council's master plan for the site, what the council thought the future opportunities might be for the site, and those three priorities that we had set out around that dramatic natural landscape, its references to its heritage, and the opportunities linked into green energy. There was a selection process that was undertaken to determine which of those approaches best fit with that master plan and could deliver the opportunities that the master plan highlighted. So that was opportunities for essentially local employment, local skills development, green energy generation, all set within that context of net zero, promoting the landscape and promoting opportunities for supporting the ecosystems there. The company that approached us around that was an organisation called Idris, and they approached us with a different proposal, one that we hadn't seen elsewhere in the market before, around a concept known as an energy box, which is an industrial unit that sources its energy power very locally for high-intensity energy users. There are opportunities linked into that on sites that have the potential to generate significant volumes of energy themselves. Energy is one of the biggest costs of businesses when a business is choosing where to locate, and the ability to access energy at an affordable level and without facing the sort of price fluctuations you might face in mass markets would make that much more attractive to business opportunities. So that was the concept and the proposal that Idris brought before Cabinet at that point in time. That needs significant feasibility work. And that isn't feasibility work that the officers are proposing that the council should be funding. This is, in essence, a proposal that has come from a third party, and that third party are looking at investing significant amounts of their own resources in undertaking that feasibility. Where they would have concerns is around investing in that feasibility without some assurance that the council would be supportive of the types of proposals that may come forward as a result of that, because, as we've heard on the wider British report, investment in feasibility is an extensive amount of money on a site like the British. So the report before members today sets out that history, that context and that background, and it provides a lot more information in relation to the process that officers have been engaging in with Idris over the last 12 to 18 months. And that's been to try and form the basis of what will essentially be a development agreement. So that is an agreement whereby the council enters into a relationship with Idris and the companies associated with that to bring forward development in keeping with that master plan aim. Originally, we'd explored the potential for a joint venture arrangement, but this development agreement approach actually clarifies and makes it more straightforward in terms of achieving those goals, and that's set out within the report. The report in section 4.1 summarises who Idris are. It also summarises the relationships with other people involved in this proposal. That's the investors from Substantia Capita, and Fallrayar, which is essentially a wholly owned company, to all intents and purposes, by Idris, that would act as the development company if members approve this opportunity to go forward. It also sets out then the approval process for the feasibility work and some preconditions that the council may be minded to put within that feasibility work to make sure that when it concludes, it's a scheme that members are comfortable to see delivered. It sets out some preconditions around the selection of land under that master plan. Obviously, it would take land to be able to see that development come forward, and so there needs to be a mechanism for the release and essentially sale of that land into this company. It provides a methodology for apportioning any income that's released as land is developed, and that goes back to questions that we've heard earlier on the previous report. And that also includes the council's ability to recover the cost of the land and the enabling infrastructure that the council's put in place. So the costs of a proportion of the development that may be taking place in terms of the watercourse, and that report is likely to be recoverable if this scheme proves feasible. And that's a big if, and something I'll come on to as we progress through the report. Section 4.2 of the report then sets out those scheme objectives, and that highlights to members some of the likely commercial uses that may be presented on the site in the master plan, should it prove feasible as a result of that feasibility work. It's important to note, and this is set out in section 4.2, that should members approve this report, members are accepting in principle that these uses would be acceptable if the feasibility report proves that there was a viable scheme. That would then trigger the release of land under the development agreement to 4IR if those are the preconditions that I've been referring to are met. But it is particularly important to note that we've been clear and will be clear in the final development agreement that the council cannot and will not be fettered in its ability to deliver its statutory duties or functions. So that means issues relating to planning, highways and anything else where the council has a statutory duty are signing up or otherwise to this development agreement doesn't automatically mean that we've signed up in planning terms or in highways terms or in anything else. And that will be written into that agreement. Section 4.3 of the report then refers to pre-development and infrastructure and sets out those elements that are taken into account in working out how much of the value of the site is returned to the two parties. I've referred to the feasibility costs that 4IR and Idris would be looking to bring into the site. But if there is a viable scheme, all energy infrastructure, site preparation, on-site energy distribution, the capital expenditure for all of that would come from the third parties. So would come from Idris and their investors rather than the council. So the risk primarily in terms of that is sitting with that third party, both on feasibility and on capital spend. And that is something that we've had to account for in the commercial negotiations to arrive at the proposals on the table. Section 4.4 then deals with the apportioning the proceeds of sale and land transfers. It sets out, and it is quite a complex arrangement, but it sets out the three types of land that may be included here. There is infrastructure land, which relates to those parcels of land that are necessary to bring this forward, to enable it to happen, your roads, your energy infrastructure, the areas for grid connections and sustainable drainage. The proposal in the development agreement is that that will be transferred from the council to 4IR as a short-term lease or licence, and the cost then of maintaining that would be a service charge provision to end users, to businesses who come in and occupy the site. If those businesses don't come forward, then the costs of maintaining that infrastructure would be factored into the feasibility study anyway, so we would have an understanding as to whether there's a likely prospect of businesses coming forward. Development land then relates to those plots that I'm talking about, those plots that are available for energy boxes and other uses listed earlier to be built on the site. Development land will yield an income either from the sale or the leasing, depending on each individual parcel of land that's brought forward. I've set out what the pre-development costs will be and the apportionment. The council's inputs into the scheme are likely to be around 8%, although that will be retested once we have the capital costings from the feasibility. but we'll write into the development agreement a minimum proportion of income that's due to come back to the council should our contribution actually fall below that 8%. So we may be spending less but receiving a minimum proportion of income. Important to point out at this stage, that will only happen at the point of the sale of land. So this isn't something that will come forward straight away. It is dependent on that feasibility and dependent on those sales of land. And then, to go back to the answer that I gave to a question on the previous report, energy land is the other element that factors into the potential income for the council from a development of this nature. And that's a proposed payment of 2.5% of gross revenue generated from the microgrid expenditure, and 5% of gross revenues for any proportion of energy that's sold to grid. That's in recognition that the costs of a microgrid are higher, but the gross revenues are also higher. You charge more for that energy because you're not paying the cost of the infrastructure. We've engaged with advisors on that, and that seems proportionate and appropriate for the type of development that we've got going forward and comparable to other schemes as well. There is a significant amount of energy generation capacity on the site, so that does create significant opportunities for revenue should all of that capacity come forward and be something that's acceptable in planning terms. The report then finally covers off the provisions around termination and investor exit. With a scheme of this size, if it were to come forward, we need to make sure that when the developments have been built out, investors have exited, there is still a viable product there, because the council will still be committed to the broader area around the development. And so we are insisting through the development agreement that the feasibility study considers the cost and practicality of connecting to the grid as a backup supply should that be necessary, so that the council wouldn't be required to reinstate at its own expense the microgrid components if that was needed. There are significant risks linked into whether this does or doesn't proceed, and they're set out in detail in section 6.2. The principal one, and one that I do keep drawing members to the attention of members, is that there is a risk that this won't proceed beyond the feasibility stage. I'm not presenting a report to you today that says this is something that is certainly going to happen. This report is around the creation of a development agreement to unlock the feasibility funding that the third party will bring in to then allow us to move quickly towards the implementation of that development if it proves feasible. That's not the same as me saying to members today that there is a feasible scheme on the table here. There are other risks that are set out in 6.2 relating to the acceptability in planning terms, and we are exploring options around that with the investors. There is a risk around the scheme not delivering the benefits that are envisaged in that vision for the British that we were talking around. And there are risks around the council not receiving best value for its land. We believe, in terms of the commercial negotiations that we've done with Idris, that we've struck the right balance between those two objectives around commercial receipt and delivering the vision that the council wants to achieve on the site. 6.2.5 covers off the risks relating to maintenance obligations in relation to the retained land, but I do want to point out to members that that is the established position as it stands anyway. The council has a maintenance obligation over parts of that site as things stand, so it's more a case of the risk of that remaining rather than a new risk of that coming forward. In terms of what the next steps are, if council is minded to approve the report, officers will turn the heads of terms, the key terms that I've outlined for you in this report and in the presentation of the report today. Officers will turn that into a formal development agreement, which would be signed then by officers, subject to some more detailed advice on VAT, accountancy, treatment and insurance implications. We then work with Idris to prepare a brief for the feasibility work, which would set out those preconditions, and we'd establish a joint working arrangement which is set out earlier in the report, to make sure that the council and Idris continue to work together to shape that strategic vision and make sure that that is being delivered and that there isn't any loss of sight of what the overall objectives are of the scheme. So the recommendations before members today are that it's recommended that council agree for officers to produce a legally binding development agreement for the possible development of energy infrastructure and commercial land uses on the British, in line with the key principles in this report. Delegate authority to the Strategic Director of Aboriginal Communities and Executive Member Economy, Skills and Regeneration to approve the development agreement on condition that the development agreement is in keeping with the key terms set out in this report, and agree to the transfer of land to 4AR as set out in section 4.4 of the report at the appropriate time and on condition that officers confirm that any prerequisites in the development agreement have been met.
Thank you, Dave. I've got Stuart Ashley, Elizabeth Haynes and John Davis. Stuart Ashley first, please.
Thank you, Dave. Very comprehensive report. What I'm not overtly clear about is when you're talking about the use of the land, the two aspects you talked about, the commercial and some of the detail there you've suggested agricultural use. Is that use dependent on the land, or is it something that can be done anywhere? I'm kind of thinking if somebody could put, say, hydroponics or something like that, which could be done anywhere, or is it dependent on the land? I only ask that. I might get commercial confidentiality slung at me on this, and you say you're only exploring. The other aspect of this is what I'm not clear about is how you're going to generate energy on it. Are we looking at the water potential, wind or solar? Because I'm not clear what this report is telling me in that direction. Could you elaborate as much as you can at this stage?
Thanks, Councillor Ashley. Yes, they're both questions that I can answer. There isn't a commercial sensitivity on either of those. Your first question relating to sort of advanced agriculture, so hydroponics, aquaponics, they're both quite energy-intensive uses. So they will be able to go on any part of the site that the feasibility report deems appropriate in terms of the weighting of the building and the ground conditions and all of the other elements we were discussing in relation to the first British report. But the reason that they're particularly attractive for this site as opposed to another site elsewhere in the borough or in South Wales is that link into a microgrid for energy production. Because it's a short distance from the energy supply to the energy user, which means that you're not incurring significant energy transit costs, and it gives them the stability of energy supply, but also energy pricing. So that's what makes this site more attractive for those high-intensity energy agricultural users. The second question, in terms of the options for generating energy, the feasibility study will establish what the viable approaches are, which will then form part of the master planning discussions that will go into planning, essentially into a discussion on planning. But at this stage, we know there is generating potential on the site for certainly wind and solar, and potentially with the right infrastructure investment, hydro as well.
Well, we possibly looked at the shaft potential for putting holes in the ground and getting heat up that way. I only ask because we've done that already in this borough with the power station, haven't we? Worth ask.
There was a feasibility study done elsewhere in South Wales on extensive heat extraction from mine technologies, and the commercials weren't quite there at the time to make it a viable commercial product. It's something that we will ask them to consider within the feasibility, but at the minute I don't think it's a viable commercial opportunity.
I'm really the other thing I would say to you that the idea of hydroponics is good because there's only few places in Wales. I've done some research on this, strangely enough. There's a very few places in Wales that are actually doing hydroponics, and it's not so much hydroponics, well, hydroponics and seed growing, and there's a huge market, certainly healthy living as well. It's something that we should or could be encouraging local entrepreneurs to get into. That I know because I look at this subject quite a lot myself.
Thank you, Councillor Ashley. Councillor Elizabeth Haynes.
Thank you, Chair. We've basically been asked with this report to agree what the proposals are so that the Council can work with Idris on a feasibility study that I think is partly funded by Idris. the outcome of that, if the outcome of that feasibility study is that it's not proceedable in the timeframe and financial restraints, would the council, first question, would the council be liable to be paying back any of the funds that have been introduced by Idris? I also have got to say that I'm a little bit concerned about the council going along with a company's idea that is new to us, that is, it's a new idea, as you said at the beginning of the report, it's a new way of dealing with things. And if the company that was bringing that forward had a long-standing history, I wouldn't be so concerned. But Idris was only incorporated in June 2020, and Companies House, my checks this morning have told me that it's been dormant since that time, and that concerns me. Also in the report it mentions the company that they are setting up or have set up to deliver a lot of this, 4IR. And having done Companies House search on 4IR, there's 2 4IRs that have flagged up with some similarities in directors. The one was started in January 23 and dissolved in May 23. And the one that's included in the report was incorporated in February 23. So I'm pretty concerned that all of these are companies listed on Companies House that have no massive trading record, and in fact some of them are, you know, dormant or new, and yet we are looking to proceed with a scheme that's new to council. And then there's this other company, Substantia Capital Limited, that was first incorporated in 2020. I've got real concerns over due diligence here, and you know what happens in the scenario that, because we're intending to hand over, to sign over large portions of land in the British to these companies, and with very little return. 8% is not a great amount of money when you're handing over millions of pounds worth of land. And you know, in the previous report, the millions that we are ploughing into the British is alarming. I think I'll leave that there because I could go on and on, having spent hours and hours throughout the night looking at Companies House, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. I'll bring in Councillor Davis and then we'll go back to the officer.
Thank you. I was approached yesterday by residents of Castle Woods about the development, the closeness to their homes. They just wondered how close the proposed developments would be to residential properties, if they go for the polytunnels or refill the big dam up there, if they rebuild a dam, refill the reservoir. Any wind farms up there, they was just a bit concerned because they was promised a wildlife reserve. How close would this be to their houses, and would it affect their values? So that was just one of the things that was brought up to me yesterday, so I thought I'd just ask in council just to, you know, so I could report back.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Dave Leach.
Yes, I can come back on those questions that were raised there. In terms of would the council be liable for repaying any of the funds that have been put into feasibility by Idris? No. Those funds are being put in by Idris and by Idris solely. Part of the discussions that have taken place around the commercials on the site has to recognise the fact that the risk is being taken here by Idris and not by the council in relation to the financing of any scheme, both at feasibility and beyond. So that's why that links in there. The track record of the companies is certainly something that we've considered. We've highlighted it in 6.2.3 of the report as a risk, specifically to draw that to members' attention. Those companies are new. We have had engagement with some of the directors who've confirmed other schemes that they've worked on in previous companies.
So there is a track record there of development expertise and property development expertise, but you're right to say that it's not embedded within these companies. One of the reasons that we structured the proposals in the way that we have is so that the feasibility work is what essentially determines whether this progresses to development or not. And those preconditions that we put on the feasibility will allow us to test whether there is any real viability in what's being proposed around microgrid and other things. For the council to start doing that now, we would have to essentially invest money in assessing, checking, scrutinising the proposals that are being put forward. And we'd be doing that at a very early stage in the process. If we do that as part of the signing off of the feasibility, then we'll have a lot more information to be able to assess and determine whether that track record can be established and whether it's viable for them to bring proposals forward. So for me, it's a question of the timing as to when we do that due diligence on the proposals. The due diligence we've done to date is on the suitability of those companies from a sort of ethics and standards style perspective. That's what we've asked our advisors to look at, and any particular financial concerns relating to the companies. And our advisors haven't come back with any concerns relating to those 2 points. Just in relation to the question on the percentage return on the land being sold, important to flag here that this is a percentage of the sale value, and that sale value will be linked to the development that's taken place on that site. So it's not necessarily the same as the value of the land that we're putting in. There is a higher potential return on the value of the land when it's sold. And I do want to draw members back to that additional potential source of income from the energy as well. But again, all of that will be highlighted during that feasibility. That feasibility will check whether it's commercially viable for the company and whether it's appropriate for the type of development that the council would want to see going forward. And in relation to that question around proximity to residential properties, it's too early to say where any infrastructure would go at this stage, because that, again, will all be established as part of that master planning and feasibility process. The master plan that we produced in 2018 that was approved highlighted some parcels of land that we thought had potential for development, and we shared all of that information with Idris, which we expect to be the starting point for their discussions. But they may be able to identify other parcels of land within that area that they feel are suitable. Ultimately, that will go through the usual planning processes, and a decision will be made around proximity to homes, impact of wind turbines, etc., through that planning process. So I wish I could give an answer today as to how close, but it simply is too soon. We are at that feasibility stage on this project.
Got two more councillors wishing to make a comment. Elizabeth Haynes, is that a supplementary to what you've asked? Or
yes, please. No, it's just a supplementary to what the officers just said. I think any company that's funding the cost of the feasibility study, it's in their best interest to make it work. So it's even more important that what we're agreeing today is right. You know, because there's probably not going to be a great opportunity to change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alan Slade.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's clear that Idris isn't a development company because they've had to create one, this 4IR. And as Councillor Haynes pointed out, neither Idris nor 4IR have any track record of developing schemes such as this. But officers are recommending that we proceed anyway. I mean, the question is clearly obvious, isn't it? What could possibly go wrong with this? And how much is it going to cost us?
And this is why what we're recommending is that we proceed to the signing of a development agreement that is contingent on that feasibility and the preconditions of that feasibility being met, because that allows us that greater degree of control when that feasibility study comes through to say, yes, we believe it is feasible, or no. And in terms of what that can cost us, to get to that stage of feasibility, we are not putting funding into this. The feasibility funding will all be funded by Idris and their investors. So there is no cost to the council in getting to that stage. If the master plan is rejected from a planning perspective, there is no cost to the council. If the feasibility preconditions that we write into the development agreement aren't accepted, there's no cost to the council. The only cost the council will bear is the continued maintenance of the site, because at that point we'll part part ways in terms of as in the company. So the risk at this stage, the principal risk that we're highlighting is around raising expectations that this certainly will happen, because we know there is extensive feasibility to do to establish whether that scheme will go forward. That's why we're flagging what we think those preconditions should be in the feasibility report, exactly as you say, to try and manage that risk.
Okay, we have one final speaker, Councillor Sue Morgan, before we go to the recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Just to say that, that this is an exciting and a really ambitious project, and one which I really support in principle. Having said that, I think this whole question of feasibility is one that officers clearly are exploring in a lot of detail. Can I just ask the question around that definition of whether the scheme is feasible, and who gets the final say on that? Is it the Council's decision of whether the feasibility conditions have been met, or is there potential for legal challenge at that point?
There is always a potential for legal challenge. It depends on the exact wording of the development agreement, and we can't write that development agreement in terms of the legal wording until we've got the view from members today as to whether you want to delegate that authority to officers to go and write that agreement. The wording of the terms is very important in that context, because that's what will be considered by any court if they were looking to challenge it. The sort of conditions, preconditions that we would be looking to include within that development agreement are conditions around the acceptable commercial uses, so what will we deem as being acceptable uses, the level of risk that the council would be comfortable with Idris and 4AR taking to bring schemes forward, issues relating to the approval of the commercial terms that are set out in this report. That would be critical within the development agreement, and that prerequisite that planning permission has been obtained. And like we say, there's an opportunity there then for that further scrutiny and final decision. So once that development agreement is signed, as long as the preconditions are met, that would be 4AR's decision to proceed. But we would be the ones who are saying whether we believe those preconditions have been met or not, and we wouldn't be intending to transfer the land until we're assured that those preconditions have been met.
Thank you. We've had excellent debate on the bridges. The recommendations start on page 69 of the report at 8.11, 8.12 and 8.13. Are there members who agree the recommendations, please? Anyone against the recommendations? Any abstentions? Thank you. That report is carried. Thank you, Dave. Takes us to agenda item 13, the revised capital programme 24-25 to 28-29, which starts on page 81 of the agenda. Nigel Aurelius, Deputy Chief Executive, could you deliver the report for us, please?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. This report is actually the last that was written by Dave Lilly, who left us last week. He's left it to me to then present the report. Probably a sign of Dave's absolute commitment to this council that he was contributing right up to the day he actually left the building. His replacement, Rob, is actually in the chamber, sitting over there, and I'm sure he will continue where Dave left off. This report outlines a revised capital programme. The current capital programme was approved by Council as part of the 24-25 budget setting process on the 27th of February 24, and it included reference at the time to an uncommitted resource. All this is outlined in the table in 3.2, together with the main areas of proposed spending outlined. Section 4 of the report then takes you through the changes since the approval. 4.1 is about resource generators, the accounts were closed down. 4.3 details some additions to the uncommitted resource from unused professional fees and some smaller capital receipts. In 4.4 we bring all that together to outline the available resource for consideration today. Section 5 then takes you through proposals that have either already been approved, small allocation for Cumbrian Library, and just over 400,000 for the A472, which was approved by Council in April. or items that require additional resource to be added to existing approved schemes, the British, which has already been debated and considered by Council today, and an extra allocation in relation to bulking and baling to provide sufficient resource. These are then brought together in the table at 5.3. Section 6 takes members through the suggested revised capital programme. Essentially, this council doesn't have the resource to invest in new significant capital schemes, given our capital resources for the most part, and even the match funding is likely to be unaffordable. Therefore, this report suggests investing the available resource in our existing assets, namely an extra £5.7 million over the current programme for asset investment in buildings, and an extra £3 million for highways and public realm. Paragraph 6.3 briefly outlines how that will be invested. Paragraph 6.4 and 6.5 then try to bring that all together, and in paragraph 6.6 there is some commentary around Ysgol Brynon and Ysgol Gymraeg. Obviously, paragraph 7 outlines a few other considerations, and then the report concludes with a section on risks. So essentially, we're suggesting our available capital resources are invested in our current assets, buildings and roads. Thank you, Madam Presiding Member.
Thank you. Any comments, please? Alan Slade, Councillor Alan Slade.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report, Nigel. Just a couple of things that I'd like to clear up, really. With bulking and baling, I understand this new strategy is to improve the new insight. But I seem to recall that we've invested quite a considerable sum at the T Coke site back in, I'm thinking, 2017. And we've obviously got a lease agreement for that site at £78,000 a year, I think. How long is left on the lease, please? Oh, and just one other quick thing. Could you explain what happened with the Cardiff City Region deal, as the slippage seems considerable?
Hopefully, Mark is on the Mark Thomas is on the call, who should be able to answer the comments in relation to bulking and baling and T-Coke, as he's leading on the new waste strategy. In relation to the Cardiff Capital Region, I mean, that has been our experience to date, that there's been significant slippage year on year. We have to roll that forward because our absolute commitment doesn't change. But you're right, and we do raise those points.
Okay, Mark, did you want to come in on that?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, Councillor Slade, the lease on the bulking and baling plant in T-Coke comes to an end March 27, and as part of Work Package 3 within the Raise the Rate programme, we're looking at alternative options going forward. As you say, T-Blind area is one of the sites that we're currently looking at and doing feasibility studies on. As you say, £78,000 a year for the lease, but we are preparing for the end date of March 27, undertaking dilapidation surveys as well to ensure that we have a smooth transition from our site on T-Coke into the new purpose-built site.
Thank you, Mark. Anthony, Leader, did you want to speak? No.
I just wanted to thank the officers for their response. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Councillor.
Thanks. I'd like to thank Nigel and indeed thank Dave Lilly. I'm sure he's watching on his retirement. If he is, then I think he needs his head read. But no, just thank him for his work. As Nigel said, up to the last day, we're forever in his debt for his dedication to the borough and his sound financial management of things. I just commend the approach in this. The capital programme is what it is. We'd all like to have more money to spend on our borough, but I think it's right that we prioritise existing buildings, highways in the public realm, and with the money that we have, and continue to have conversations with both Welsh and UK government about the need to invest further in our communities.
Thank you, Leader. Can I ask members whether they agree with the recommendations, please, which are on page 87 of the report?
Sorry, Chair, I've had my hand up. Just got a quick question.
Apologies, Councillor Haynes.
No, it's okay, fine. I know being on the screen is much harder for you to manage. You know, it's a lot of your places, right? Just a quick question on 5.3. In the list in there, it's got B, A472 Canal Bridge. What is that? What is that for? Because I thought that if that is the bridge at the South Sebastopol development, I thought that the developers were funding that, but just an explanation of what that money is, please.
Peter?
Yeah, that's the bridge, the dual carriageway bridge over the canal, rather than the new bridge. It's just, you know, works to make that sustainable for a longer period of time. I don't know if Mark or Nigel want to come in on that.
It's the one over the canal at Pontimont. And that was agreed as part of the April Council report.
Thank you.
Right. So the recommendations as stated are on page 87 of your report. I'll ask members whether they agree with the recommendations, please. Anyone against the recommendations? Are there any abstentions? That report is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us to agenda item 14 and the Dave Leach Show. Torfaen Leisure Trust Emergency Support, page 89. Dave Leach, Strategic Director, Adults and Communities. Could you please deliver this report?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Yes, there's a few reports coming through from me today. It is a coincidence in the timing, I can assure you. The report before you today, members, relates to a request from Torfaen Leisure Trust for emergency support and the implications of that request in relation to the leisure offer that is provided within the borough. Just as a quick recap in terms of the history around Torfaen Leisure Trust, it was created in 2013 to provide that leisure offer in Torfaen that delivered those health and wellbeing opportunities for residents in a commercially sustainable way. And the aspiration was always for the Leisure Trust to gradually and increasingly move towards a commercially sustainable model. To support the transition towards that new commercial model, the Council provides an annual management fee to the Trust, which is currently set at just over £1.36 million per year. During the first 8 years or so of the Trust operating, so pre-COVID, the Trust was reducing down that management fee in line with the management agreement and what the expectations were. But the pandemic has had a significant impact, not just on the Trust, but on the sustainability of small leisure trust operating models across the sector. And we're increasingly seeing in various counties now, small providers are struggling to be able to maintain leisure services on the income that they have. In December of last year, the Trust gave indications that it wouldn't be able to operate within its enhanced 23-24 budget. That was a budget that had already received additional temporary support from Council that year of £500,000. Because of those pressures it was now facing around its membership, but primarily around inflation and what inflation was doing to its budget. The Trust indicated that it wouldn't be able to set a balanced budget for 24-25 without additional support in 24-25, and that raised significant concerns around the sustainability of their current model. There is a partnership board arrangement that's now in place to manage the relationship with the Trust, and it was clear at that point that there wasn't the level of information that we needed to come through at that stage, so an enhanced monitoring arrangement was put in place with the Trust, which led to the appointment of a commissioner. That commissioner had a professional leisure background, and their role was to work with the Trust to develop an improvement plan and to really understand the ability of the Trust on its current management models to be able to implement that plan and bring it to a point of sustainability. That work has been ongoing, and officers have now received a draft budget from the Trust. It doesn't present near to a balanced position for 24-25, and it doesn't give us as officers that reasonable assurance that there are enough mitigations to achieve a financial balance in year or within the next year.
as well. There are savings, it should be said, that the Trust is making and that the Trust has already started to implement as a result of that enhanced monitoring provision that was put in place. But those savings aren't likely to yield the level of saving needed to achieve a balanced budget this year or next. So the Trust has requested from the Council an additional 1.3 million in 24-25 to achieve a balanced position. The breakdown of that is set out within the report. Some of that relates to the advancing of funds to cover overspend in the previous financial year. Some of it relates to the poor financial position that the Trust finds itself in within this current financial year, albeit a slightly improved position on the previous financial year's close. So the purpose of the report today really is to set out for members the basis of that ask from the Trust and the action that Council can take as a result of that ask from the Trust today. Important for me to point out really early that leisure services do have a critical role in delivering that county plan aspiration that we have for giving children the best start in life, providing a healthy standard of living, creating healthy and sustainable places, and strengthening the role and impact of ill health prevention. There is a public good to be provided from having leisure services, and that was the type of information that has always factored into decisions around the Trust. But there are several sports and leisure providers operating within Torfaen that form the broad spectrum of activity linked into that area. The Trust delivers the bulk, though, and continues to deliver the bulk, and it does so from the facilities that are pointed out in section 3.3. As members will be aware, the Trust is a registered charity and a company, and it's really important to note that the Trust is independent. It has its own governance arrangements. It's responsible for its own strategic and operational decision-making functions. As I've set out, the Trust during 2013 to 2019 made significant progress against those commercial ambitions, but things really did change with the COVID pandemic and the impact that that had on the leisure sector across the board. Our enhanced monitoring arrangements have sought to bring the Trust back towards a positive cash flow position, but it's clear that that's unlikely to happen without the changes being recommended within this report today. So if I take you through the issues and findings, as a registered charity, we'd expect the Trust to be setting their budget for the year ahead. The challenges that they have had in trying to find the appropriate mitigations mean that it has taken some time to set that budget position for the Trust. And that goes to show the real effort and the difficulties that the Trust management have been looking to achieve in terms of finding that balanced financial position. The Trust is responsible for its financial management decisions and for planning of its services. The Council has to rely on their projections, their assumptions and their responses, but we do challenge those through the Partnership Board arrangement, and increasingly so now that they're in a period of enhanced monitoring, which has led to the proposals before members today. The Trust's budget ask of £1.301 million additional does also include a series of mitigations, so it's based on the assumption that those mitigations will be delivered. Most of those relate to operational changes within the Trust and the way that the Trust structures its provision. Some of them relate to income assumptions, and we've challenged the Trust on those income assumptions. And the recommendation before members today takes into account those areas where we think there are risks around their income assumptions as well. It's also important to note, though, that over and above all of those savings that the Trust has put forward for this financial year, to come anywhere close to a balanced position for 25-26, they would have to put forward significant additional savings or growth proposals over and above what's been proposed here. And it's very challenging to see that those proposals can happen without changes around the way that the Trust operates. The interim findings from the Commissioner are then outlined in section 4.3, which is the basis on which officers have presented a proposed route forward to members today. And what we're putting forward to members today is that to sustain the provision of leisure services, we're recommending that there is that allocation of funding as requested by the Trust, but that's done on condition that the Council essentially seeks to end the current management arrangement and go to a procurement exercise to test the market to see whether the Trust is in a position to build its offer, strengthen its links with other organisations and present a balanced management position, or other providers are in a position to tender for that work as well. And that tender would be based on the lower management fee, not the uplifted fee that we're proposing here in the short term. I'm mindful that the Trust has approached members directly to set out some concerns, and one area that they particularly wanted to focus on was clarification around the management agreement. In light of the letter that members have received from the Trust, I want to clarify that our recommendation that we're putting forward in 9.1 is conditional on the Trust accepting the Council's position that the management agreement is a rolling contract, and that should members make the decision recommended today, that will come to an end when the procurement process is concluded and a provider has been appointed. So there will be an amended recommendation of 9.1 to strengthen and make clear that in light of the Trust's letter to members. And I will go through that in a second when I talk through the recommendations. There are several risks associated both with the continuation of the current support and with moving to a different model. The risks relating to the current support are that it's become very clear across the last 12 to 18 months that current trajectory isn't going to lead to that long-term sustainable delivery model that we need the Trust to be working towards. And that really does run the significant risk of insolvency or a continued request for additional funds coming into members year on year. There is also a risk that when the Trust closes its accounts for 23-24 formally, that there may be a greater than projected shortfall in the previous year. That's something the Trust will need to absorb from the request that's been put before members today. But Trust Management have worked really hard to try and provide as accurate a figure as possible. But as I say, we have done a lot of work with the Trust to try and get to that point. There is a risk also that the Trust doesn't deliver the savings that are assumed within this shortfall as well. If that occurs, the position officers have taken with the Trust is clear. They will have to identify other savings and manage any shortfall within the funding envelope that's been approved, should this report be approved today. There are risks, of course, if the Council does choose to proceed with the recommendations within this report, and those risks largely relate to the continuity of provision. We have spoken with the Chair of the Trust very recently, prior to the publication of the board, and we've been clear that there are opportunities here for the Trust to be able to explore alternative ways of working with other partners to put them in a strong position when the procurement tender is released. And that's something that we hope that the Trust will consider in making a decision as to whether to tender when the re-procurement does go out, assuming the recommendations are approved. There is also a risk during that period. We accept that this does create uncertainty, and we're trying to reduce any nervousness around that uncertainty. The Trust facilities will continue to operate. There are provisions in the management agreement that cover what would happen should the Trust, either board cease to exist, the Trust lose its senior management team, the Trust reach a position of insolvency. There are provisions within the management agreement that essentially set out the way forward during that time. That would only be a short-term risk, of course, because if members approve the recommendation today, that re-procurement exercise will be taking place straight away. The financial implications then are set out in section 5. It's a request of 1.301 from the general fund balance for this year only, on condition, as I say, that the Trust then accepts that we would essentially terminate the management agreement and move towards a re-procurement immediately, which is the action that would be taken following the decision. So I'm proposing a slightly amended recommendation to the one in 9.1. that would now read that the Council approves an allocation of 1.301467 from the General Fund balance to enable the Trust to deliver its budget as approved by the Trust Board and as submitted to Torfaen County Borough Council, and that the additional payment will be paid to the Trust through relevant monthly payments based upon their agreed requirements. This is subject to the Trust delivering their identified savings proposals and noting that any ongoing support to the Trust management fee would need to be considered as part of their annual budget setting. This is conditional on the Trust accepting that the management agreement is a rolling contract and that this will come to an end when the procurement process is concluded and a provider has been appointed. The second recommendation in 9.2 still stands, which is that officers are seeking Council's consent to authorise officers to undertake the commencement of a procurement exercise, seeking a refreshed approach linked into those Marmot principles and the established budget position to deliver leisure services in Torfaen as set out in the report.
Dave, Chief Executive.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Presiding Member. I just wanted to set a slightly wider context in regards to the work of the county plan, and actually just listening to Mike Richards earlier say some of the concerns that members had when they were speaking to the police. I think it's really important to recognise the importance of leisure across the borough, and our investments of it is important if we're going to really address that inequalities agenda. It's quite obvious, I think, isn't it, the health and well-being opportunities that physical activity contributes to our communities. But there is a wider context to good leisure services, social inclusion, community cohesion. It can bring economic benefits to the borough too. We want to connect this further in terms of education and educational attainment. And as I mentioned earlier in reference to Mike's contribution earlier in terms of crime reduction also, I think we have to recognise that the Council, alongside the Leisure Trust, has got some work to do in producing a county-wide leisure strategy that really ticks all of these boxes. We've not got that in place currently, and the current operating model is not fulfilling all of its potential. And I just wanted to set that wider context in just how important leisure services are for us in the terms of early intervention prevention. If we get this right, this will play a significant, the Trust will play a significant role in helping us to address our wider challenges and, of course, ultimately help us to reduce the burden on the sharp end of our business, social care, health, the police, we've already mentioned, housing, etc. I just wanted to add that extra context, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. I've got a few things to ask on this report, Dave, if that's okay. I note from the report that the Trust was making good progress until 2019 when COVID hit, and even in the pandemic, the Trust was still meeting its requirements. In the last 2 years, the report details a number of additional support measures implemented by the Council at the request of the Trust, mainly related to further significant financial investments. Have we undertaken enough scrutiny on existing management arrangements and how this further money was being spent? I think the crux of the report states that the Trust will not be able to provide a balanced budget this year, which you said, and on the Trust Facebook page, on the 16th of December, the Trust announced the opening of a new gym and cycle studio. On the 21st of February, the Trust transitioned from their current system, Gladstone, to Legend, again announced on their Facebook page. On the 16th of Feb, the Trust announced a new board. Who had oversight of the Trust in the period that these capital investment decisions were made? Was it the best use of council funds to implement these, or should this money have been used to safeguard local jobs and maybe ensure that the Trust's cleanliness and customer service, which has been called into question publicly on social media platforms, was restored back to previous days?
It's a good question. The Trust has to... Apologies. The Trust has to balance
its investment in its future income sources with its day-to-day management and operations. The decision to invest in equipment was taken by the Chief Executive of the Trust. The Trust's latest figures that they've provided us, because we do look at their income sources as part of their management, show a degree of increased income coming forward as a result of that investment decision in that. So it's too early for us to be able to assess whether that was the right or the wrong investment decision, but at the minute there are indications that it may be positive. It may be bringing in more income than it was costing as a result of the decision to invest in those. But as you rightly say, that's got to be offset against the day-to-day maintenance and other activities within the building. And that's the operational practices that the Trust management have to put in place. That's part of what we ask to be considered by the Commissioner, and that's set out within the report where there are any concerns relating to those operational practices. So that's set out within this report and how that's factored into some of that decision making.
Thank you. Councillor Giles Davis. Do you want to come back in, Councillor Thomas?
Yeah, if I could, and then I can shut up.
Sorry, Giles.
I can shut up then. I'll have a speech. Thanks for that, Dee. But the report details failure to provide information at requested dates by the CEO, Mr. Jeffries. Are we stating for the very first time since the Trust's existence in July 2013 that we have a vote of no confidence in the CEO and the arrangements at the Leisure Trust? Surely with the recommendations that the Trust contract goes out to external tender, that this is an indication that we are not happy with the current provision. So could the CEO do further damage whilst a new contractor is being sought, and should the Council put in a shadow officer to oversee the decisions that are being made?
So the challenge that we believe through that assessment with the Commissioner has led to the financial position that the Trust is in, links into the sustainability of the operating model. Smaller trusts are really struggling since COVID to be able to generate the level of income and income growth that they need to be able to sustain themselves. Quite simply, inflation is outstripping the rate at which they can grow. So the report isn't suggesting that we have no confidence in the Chief Executive Officer to be able to deliver the services of the Trust. I think the report is clear on areas where we think the management team within the Trust can strengthen and improve, and the Commissioner has been working with the Trust to make sure that that's happened in the short term. But the fundamental decision before members today is around that sustainability of their operating model, rather than a vote of no confidence as such in the Chief Executive.
Thank you. Councillor Giles Davis.
Thank you. Yeah, I just can't get my head around this. £1.3 million they want us to give it to them, and then basically hand the Trust back because they can't run it. Us councillors, we've been like mushrooms, just kept in the dark for ages. There was no board overseeing the Trust for God knows how long. There was nothing brought back to the council about what was going on there, what investments was being made without a board to oversee it. They've invested in things like new climbing walls, which I think are making a loss, taking out loans, new gyms, and all. And now the money's running out. They're expecting us to bail them out once again. Which is all going to end. These other gyms out there, private gyms, they've all got to make ends meet. They haven't got a luxury of running, crying to councils for money to keep them open. Can we take it back in-house if they can't manage it themselves, rather than basically putting them on life support? Why don't we just pull the plug now and take it back in-house, or look for another provider to provide these services? I just can't see why we throw in money at it, left, right and centre, the same as everything else we seem to do as an authority. We keep chucking money at things to make it better. It never makes it better, just sticking a sticky plaster over it. I think we need to be bold, look at it, scrutinise it. Don't give them this money, just take it back in-house, or look for another service provider who can make it actually work. There needs to be questions asked. That's how I feel. I'm quite angry about this. It just seems an easy opt-out. Just ask the council, 1.2 million or 1.3. Otherwise, it'll fail. We'll be the ones then who look bad for letting it fail. It's been given to a trust to keep us out of it. Why is it failing? You can't keep blaming COVID. Other clubs are going through exactly the same. So that's
Thank
how
you,
I'm feeling.
Councillor
I'll be
Davis.
voting against it.
Councillor
Okay.
Carl Gordon, please.
Thank you, Chair. My contribution rather follows on from Councillor Davis's one, to be honest. This does give me a bit of cause for concern, to be honest. But I think Steve Nicholas, our Chief Executive, rightly pointed out the importance of functioning leisure service, not just so people can have a game of badminton, but for all the sort of the other reasons you outlined, Chief Exec. And we touched on the Marmot principles and sort of Health and Wellbeing Act and all that. Provide that service. The problem is, as Councillor Davis has more eloquently than I ever could point out, is that people get the impression it's a bit of a money pit. So what I would ask, I mean, if we need to keep this afloat, we need to keep this afloat. There's a worrying direction of travel within this report about seeking an alternative provider. Now, I refer back to the contributions I made earlier on in this rather lengthy meeting about when we divest staff from the local authority into trusts or charities or God forbid, the private sector. It's the staff who suffer, and we sort of, they're not going to provide a service that the public ought to use with so much competition from the private sector and gyms and all the rest of it, if they're not being afforded sort of dignity and respect at work. And the first thing that get pinched is the staff, right? So what I would suggest, I don't think it's the right forum to do it or whatever, is that there is some sort of feasibility study about bringing this trust back in-house and us providing those vital services ourselves, because I think we owe it to our communities and our residents to ensure that maintains. Because just chucking a bit of money in, chucking a lot of money in, isn't solving the problem. I mean, Celtic Leisure and East Port Talbot recently came back in-house. Perhaps speak to them about their experiences, whether it's working, whether it's not. If it's not working, don't do it. But let's have some sort of feasibility study and some rather more fundamental fix to the vital functions that our leisure offers our residents, not just in terms of getting fit or running faster, but well-being, mental health, well-being, all those sorts of services which align with our county plan. Thank you.
Two more speakers. Shall we take the two speakers and then come in at the end? Okay, we've got Alan Slade next.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with Councillor Gordon. I think, this is an incredibly important service, and it's kind of being left to wither on the vine, if you like. I'm all for bringing it back in-house. I think the 1.3 million would be money well spent if, and only if, we could guarantee that it would be managed properly in the future. And unfortunately, we don't have that guarantee, really, do we? I'm against going back out of tender because I'm not convinced that, if the trust can't make it pay, we can't make it pay. What organisation out there can make it pay, given the cuts that we continually asking of it?
Okay. Fiona Cross, Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I was going to go back to Giles's point there about being mushrooms. This did come to Cabinet, as it says in the report. It's under 3.11, where the Chief Executive initially approached the Council asking for the £500,000, and it was put to Cabinet and agreed in March 2021. This is when we started to understand some of the challenges they may be having, and a closer exploration of their current situation began, which has then led to, as we've said, having an expert in the field go in and actually review the current business plan. In terms of actually bringing it back in-house, if you bear with me, I mean, there's a number of things throughout the report, so I'll just have to go from memory. But we had the original agreement where I think it was around £2 million that when the trust was first established, we became co-signers as they had no financial experience to be able to get a loan for redevelopment. And I think it's a little over 800,000 that still remains that would then fall on us. There's also, if I can try and find, because I always forget the acronym, NDR. No, it's not NDR. That's a non. Thank you. Not a non-disclosure. That we would then lose the benefits of that, as well as the fact that there are charity status in any grants. So there are risks to us financially, and I think that the report really makes that very clear. That, you know, although some members may prefer to bring it in-house, the current way that the trust is set up gives us financial flexibility and benefits while allowing an independent organisation to work with us as a partner to achieve the same outcomes as us. I think that was all the bits that I think you brought up there, Giles, but that's where I was, and I think it sort of carries on with some of Councillor Gordon's points as well.
Thank you. I've got Stuart Ashley and Alfie Best. Do you want to take those, or do you want to come back in? Okay. Stuart Ashley, please.
I'd like to support what Carl was saying, because I've sat and listened to this, and it's a chapter of worry, to be quite honest. It's an incredibly valuable thing, along with the library service. We have to have it. There are options, and that clause 9.2 needs to have something in there to examine it. And Carl's just put it very succinctly, as he did on the other thing he talked about, and Councillor Gordon, sorry, and it does think we need to examine the options. I mean, as Councillor Cross has said, whether we have the capability to do it in-house is always the problem, because we divested ourselves of those people to the trust. But it does worry me that if that organisation is not capable, who is, and that should be part of the process to look at it. And I'm sure Mr. Leach is quite capable of doing this and getting people to look at this. But we need to have a good examination of this. It's not just a case of us being presented with this report, which is pretty thorough, to be quite honest, and making a decision as it is. It needs to go back to scrutiny, I suspect.
Thank you, Councillor Ashley. Councillor Alfie Best.
Excuse me. Yeah, I completely agree with the Chief Executive. We've spoken already in this meeting about antisocial behaviour and it being essentially akin to bored kids, and I think the Leisure Trust is one of the best tools we have to combat that. I share the concerns with it being under the current model it is. I don't think we can keep sinking money into it. I think all options should be looked at. I know there are models which aren't on that small scale Leisure Trust, where they operate over a number of boroughs, and that gives them a bit of security. I also think bringing it back in-house should be looked at. I'm not saying I completely support that without seeing a sort of feasibility study. So I completely share the concerns, but I think using language like this is the Leisure Trust crying to the council, I think is very reductionist and doesn't solve any problems.
Fiona, did you want to still come back in?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add, I am a former trustee, so that doesn't automatically make me perhaps a huge fan of the trust, but I gave 5 years or more possibly of my life to being a trustee and a committed one, very passionately involved. There's no one in this room that wants this less to happen than myself. But it is an option that we have to maturely explore in order to be responsible with the funds that we have and the impact that it might have on the choices that we then have to make if we don't explore having a different contractor. And I think that David Leach has already made the point. This is not something that's just affected Toolmine Leisure Trust. And as Alfie has just made the point as well, there are other trusts that tend to be smaller, but if they're working across different areas, they get better scales for the finances they have, and they can share those resources. But COVID has had an impact. So again, going back to Councillor Thomas's point about any individual being targeted, I mean, they are an independent organisation. They have their own governance, one which we all need to respect as well, to make their own decisions financially and balanced. But now it is our decision as to how we go forward with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other further comments before I bring Dave back in? Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, you did my hand up again. I just wanted to clarify something. When I said we was kept in the dark, it was just when the previous CEO left, and all of a sudden all the board disappeared at the same time. It was never explained to council why the board disappeared and why it was running with just the CEO in charge for several months without a board overseeing it, because we all know with a trust how important it is to have a board there to keep everything in check and make sure everything is being run correctly, which I'm sure it was. But I just wondered why all the board left the same time as the CEO, because I can't, if I missed it, I apologise, but as a councillor, I can't recall being informed why the board all left at the same time as the CEO. We had to apply for a new board. What was so wrong there? And why would we still ploughing money in there without a full explanation being given to this council? So that's why I just want to clarify something. I apologise if it's already been said. I might have missed it. So.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. As a present trustee, can I just say we have a lot of staff invested in the Torfaen Leisure Trust, as we did in Bronhaven in the previous debate. And I'd like to pay credit to the staff who were actually, some of them, employers of Torfaen County Borough Council before we handed it over to the trust. So, and as a new trustee board member, along with other new trustees, I think there is an opportunity for this board to actually make a difference. So, just as an onlooker, I kept the council fully informed since I've joined the board. I've been fully informed myself from officers. So, just a plea to say thank you to the board members at present, and thank you to the staff members that cover all our leisure centres. So, Dave, over to you.
So there was quite a few questions there, and I'll try and pick them up, and apologies if there are any that I don't address, please do let me know. We had the question, and I think this came up in a couple of places, why aren't we looking for a new provider, essentially? As part of the procurement, we would expect other providers to bid. Now, whether their bid is stronger or weaker than a revised Torfaen Leisure Trust bid, we wouldn't know. But we certainly engage with the wider market, and we know there are other providers that would likely submit a tender response to any request that we put out. And that sort of general market testing is something that we would always do with any procurement to try and reduce the risk of us not receiving proposals. So just to reassure there, we have done that engagement as well. There was then a few questions linked into why would any other provider coming in be able to do this differently from how the Leisure Trust has been able to do it currently. The challenge that I'm trying to highlight throughout the report and in the way I presented it is one of scale. Any small organisation ultimately has to have that senior management structure in place. It has to have HR functions that it purchases in. It has to have the finance functions and everything else that goes with it. When you're looking at doing that on a small scale, that's obviously far less efficient in that broad sense than it is at looking at doing it on a broader scale. And we'd strongly encourage any providers who are bidding to really consider scale and whether a trust operating purely at that level is capable of delivering that scale. And that same point goes to questions around bringing it back in-house. There may be more effective and efficient ways to deliver services in-house, but it doesn't remove that fundamental issue that the inflation has outstripped the ability of the trust at its current scale with the management infrastructure that it needs to be able to bring in more income than its costs, essentially. So scale is a critical point across both of those. We haven't done a detailed feasibility in terms of whether there is a viable way of bringing the trust back in-house. But what we do know from conversations with the Commissioner is that issue of scale wouldn't be resolved, and it certainly wouldn't be resolved in the short term. So we would be looking at additional costs to the council for
at least a couple of years, the one that's proposed here and further years potentially, if that was done. That said, we can undertake a feasibility. It would be need to be a very quick feasibility study if we proceeded with the recommendations in the report today. But a feasibility study of sorts could be undertaken just to confirm if the assumptions are right there. We had the question around other local authorities that have brought services in-house, and as part of that, we would pick up a conversation with them. But we're also aware of other local authorities who brought services back in-house and immediately put them back out to market because of the inability to be able to deliver that. And again, their rationale and their reasons for that link into that issue around scale, which does provide a challenge to the sector. And that's something that we have seen across the sector since COVID. There were then questions around sort of why the board left. I mean, each individual board member is there in their own right. It's their decision, really, as to why they chose to leave at that point in time. What I do know is that the council worked with the management of the trust to get a new board appointed as quickly as possible. Obviously, had to go through a proper recruitment process to do that and make sure that the right skill sets were brought onto that board. But engagement was done with the regulators and others at that time to make sure that there was comfort there around the approach that was being taken. And those broader challenges in the past were reflected, as I think Councillor Cross has pointed out, in the decision to allocate the £500,000 additional funding back in 23, ready for the 23-24 budget, so that decision taken in 2022 as well. I think I've answered the questions that were picked up there.
Thank you. Members, the recommendations start on page 100 of the report. There is an amended recommendation as read out by Dave Leach earlier on. Can I ask members if they agree with those recommendations, please? Anyone against those recommendations? Any abstentions? That report is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Takes us to agenda item 15, hopefully some good news. Torfaen Education Services update on page 101 of the report. Andrew Powell, Director of Education. Could you deliver this report for us, please?
Chair, may I be permitted just to preempt it?
Certainly, Councillor Clark.
Would that I dare go against Andrew, but I think it's important to note that when I became Executive Member for Education and more recently Children's and Families, I promised to keep members updated of what was going on in the Education Service. I think I've kept that promise, and this is a continuation of that. They've always been, or always appeared to be lynched around Estyn visiting us or preparing for something to do with Estyn. And again, I can confirm that's the case this time when we've had a recent monitoring visit early June looking at the recommendations 2 and 3 of their original intervention. They'll come back in the autumn of this year and look at recommendations 1 and 4. And at that point, I hope we will be in a position that we've made sufficient progress to be removed from the category of significant improvement. That does not end the journey. I've always said, whenever we come out of Estyn, we will still strive, and I genuinely mean this expression, to be the best in Wales. I will continue to undertake that if Estyn came in tomorrow and said, OK, you're out of category. Things like the Accelerated Improvement Group will continue to ensure that we're doing that. And I've gone completely off script now, so let me find my place back in that. In addition to all that we've done, that commitment that I've given is fundamental in the education improvement plan that comes out of the 4-point of Estyn and other key issues that we do as an education service. So that will continue post any determination by Estyn. I've circulated the Estyn letter to members. It was futile to wait till today. It was right and proper, you knew at the time. The key expression I'll take for that is the culture of continuous improvement is clearly shown. whilst being a little cheeky about Andrew at the beginning of this diatribe, I must acknowledge how he spearheaded that change amongst the service. The service is a different place to when he took over. Everybody understands what part they take in the organisation, what part others take, and how that's linked. I think including members of staff in the management board on a shift rotating basis gives individuals the insight of the important decisions and the particular role that they play, the cog they make in the machinery. It's not just the education service, it's been a whole council service, you as members, other departments all pulling together, the chief executive being quite at the helm of this at the beginning, and he still hasn't released the break of it, and the new and improved relationship that we have with the EAS. The report highlights the strength of scrutiny. I'm not just saying that because Rose is in the chair of this meeting, but given the right information, the clear information and the depth of the information, scrutiny has been able to provide the challenge both to officers and to myself in the system that the education is proving, and long may that continue. The current education cycle has concluded. All our schools have been evaluated. The reports are there on the public website. We do have one school that remains in category, but as I will refer to later in this meeting, there's recently been a monitoring visit of that school, and there are encouraging results. However, further work is required to secure its journey out of category. And if I haven't stolen all of his thunder, Chair, can Andrew continue?
Thank you. Andrew, I think you stole your thunder, hasn't
I've got nothing to add, thank you, but I'll answer any questions.
Right, we're straight into questions. I do have an issue that we have a cabinet plan that must be attended. So if we take it to 1:30, and then we'll have a break of half an hour, and then we'll come back in for council after that agenda. Are we in agreement with that? Okay. Any questions on the report, please? Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to thank Councillor Clark for his remarks, and it's refreshing to hear that his ambitions are to be the best in Wales. Hear, hear.
Any other comments, please? I'd like to put on comment my thanks to the Scrutiny Committee for all their hard work over the last couple of months, and they've been extremely hard-working and diligent in their questioning. So, Anthony Hunt.
Yeah, I'd also like to pay tribute to Andrew, John, Jason, and other officers who have played a part in this. Also to Richard and to Rose and the Scrutiny Council. I think the level of honesty and clarity I get now when asking questions both about individual schools and the whole system certainly gives me confidence that we're moving in the right direction and we're dealing with issues openly and honestly and you know, with real pace. And yeah, that commitment that we don't want to just be good enough, we want to be the best we possibly can do to give our young people the best possible start in life. So thank you. I know it's been a long and difficult school year, and I'd just like to close by thanking all the staff in our schools. They work incredibly hard for our young people. Things don't always go right, and as with any role in life, it's a lot easier for others to criticise the job you do than it is actually to do the job yourself in the real world. So I'd like to thank all our teachers in schools for the tremendous job they do, and also teaching assistants and support staff in our schools that I know go above and beyond for our pupils.
Absolutely, thank you. And, this isn't the end of the story. There's still a lot of work to do. So, members, there's no more questions. I'll take you to the recommendations on page 104 of the report. Can I ask members whether they agree with these recommendations, please? Are there any members against the recommendations? Are there any abstentions? That report is carried. Thank you very much. We've just got time for the introduction of agenda item 16, the Council Plan Delivery Plan 2022-27 Delivery Plan 23-24 and end of year update on page 113. Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Peter Jones.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Members will be aware that Council adopted a new 5-year county plan for Torfaen in December 2022, focusing on 9 wellbeing objectives, 4 targeted improving our place, 4 on empowering people within our communities, and 1 on how we can work more effectively and efficiently for and with our residents. We are committed to produce, adopt, deliver, monitor and report on an annual delivery plan throughout the lifespan of our county plan, setting out to members, staff and the public the work that is planned for each financial year in order to meet the Council's ambitions. However, it is important that we consider this plan as not just a series of targets and milestones for a single financial year, but as a contribution to the Council's longer-term objectives and our aspiration to reduce inequality within Torfaen. Torfaen, alongside other public bodies in Gwent, has pledged to work together to fight inequality and become the first marmot region in Wales. This pledge builds on and dovetails with the focus of our county plan. It also signals we are serious about our role and our commitment to adopting the principles of being a marmot council over future generations. It's an unfortunate fact that communities in Torfaen face some of the worst health disparities in Wales. Our county plan is therefore rightly ambitious. Addressing generational inequality across the county demands that we take a longer-term perspective. Being a marmot council offers us the chance to focus and to use our council's wide range of influence to tackle the sources of inequality. Our delivery plan therefore represents a single year's contribution to a much longer-term endeavour. The social determinants of health, such as the circumstances of our birth, development, lifestyle, work and ageing, significantly influence our health and the health disparities in our communities. Therefore, when considering lines of activity in our delivery plan, whether it's the development of a new school, a childcare setting or a leisure facility, increasing participation and achievement in adult education courses, improving uptake of benefits and grants, increasing the use of assisted technology, installing new photovoltaic installations or raising the recycling rate, it is important not to lose sight of the fact that these milestones are not just part of a single-year plan, but are vital stepping stones taking us towards a longer-term ambition. Furthermore, these aspirations go well beyond the end of our current county plan in 2027 and are part of a longer journey as we aim to meet the needs of future generations. Referring back to the annual update attached as Appendix 1, I know that some of my colleagues in Cabinet may be providing further details on their prospective portfolios. However, before I hand back to you, Presiding Member, I would just like to provide an overview of the progress made during the 2023-24 financial year. Our end-of-year update sets out an overall positive picture. Approximately, and these are good figures, approximately 73% of the plan is either on target green or complete blue. 22% we are experiencing some difficulties, amber. 3%, 5 activities, have more significant concerns, red. 1%, 2 activities, are not yet due to start grey. And 2%, 3 activities, have unfortunately had to be aborted during the year black. As I have said, this is largely a positive report. However, I just wanted to quickly mention the less positive side of the report. I'm not going to go into great detail, but I would like to give Council assurances that where issues have been identified with the delivery of our plan, concerns have been discussed in detail and consideration has been given as to how we should get these back on track. We discussed a lot of this, members, at the seminar we had recently on how we manage performance in the Council, which I hope gave you some assurances. Similarly, decisions to abort activity have only been made as a last resort and never without a plan for an alternative approach in the future. As an example, the most recent activity that has been aborted relates to the way we measure the outcomes from Community Connectors. Community Connectors introduce residents to the support that is available from peers and community groups in their local area who call support their well-being. There has been a change in the system which the connectors have historically used to report their performance, which means that the data in original measures can no longer be collected. A new measure will be developed for 2024-25. Finally, as members will be aware, the next iteration of the Council's delivery plan was adopted in February this year, and I would like again to give Council the assurance that we will continue to report and monitor the progress in order to give account of the work we have done. I have to say I'm very grateful to all the support that the officers have given to produce this report, which I think spells out the way in which we are achieving our objectives. So at this point, I would like to hand back to the presiding member, and I look forward to hearing the thoughts of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Anthony Hunt.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Two things very quickly. First, from my portfolio, I'd just like to point out the performance of the finance team and also the revenues and benefits team and all the officers who work behind the scenes and maybe not the most front-facing roles, but that are vital for the support and efficiency of the Council. Similarly, as leader, more widely, just two thoughts, really. First of all, the performance focus that's been brought in by our current Chief Executive and pursued by officers including the likes of Tom and others, I think is very welcome, and your contribution to that is very welcome too. The last thing I want to say is just a bit of a thought here. As councillors, we're often, we're always impatient for progress. We want everything to be a priority. However, I think we need to bear in mind our role as employers as well, and just some appreciation of the pressure that we therefore put on staff. There's ever fewer of them. They're overstretched. They've seen their pay reduced in real terms over the past decade. So anything we can do to be sort of just cognizant of that and of their well-being, especially mental health, with the amount of pressure that's on them, I think will only bear benefit in the long term, and it's the right thing to do as employers. So just thank you to everyone who's played a part in the positive report that Peter has outlined.
Thank you, Leader. Are there any other further comments? No. Thank you for that. The recommendations start on page 117 of the report.
Yeah, Chair. Presiding Member, I got my hand up.
Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, just to say that, it's vitally important. I like the county plan, and you're aware, but it's vitally important we bring people with us and listen. Sometimes we get criticism. We look at the criticism and find a positive avenue, but it's vitally important we bring people with us and not fight against them, because otherwise this is why things fail.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. I'll now take members to the recommendations that start on page 117. Can I ask members whether they agree with these recommendations, please? Anyone against the recommendations? Any abstentions? That report is carried. We'll now take a comfort break and manage to get some lunch, and then we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone. Agenda item 17, Corporate Parenting Charter. This is a promise from Wales, page 219 of your agenda. Jacqueline Richards, Head of Children and Family Services. Could you deliver this report, please? Is Jacqueline Richards here? Online. Sorry, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, can you hear me? She's frozen, is she? No, her eyes are moving.
Do you want me to introduce her?
Members, can you hear us at home?
No.
Members, can you hear us at home? Oh, apologies. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much for that. Jacqueline, can I ask you to introduce the report, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Presiding Member, and apologies, we couldn't hear you. So the report in the agenda pack before you sets out to inform Council of the Welsh Government Corporate Parenting Charter and also seeks Council approval to sign the pledge and adopt the Charter. Members will obviously be aware that as a local authority, the Council has automatic corporate parenting responsibilities that are set out in statute. Welsh Government is asking all public sector bodies and senior leaders to sign up to the Charter as a good corporate parent. So the Charter itself sets out 11 key principles on equality, eradicating stigma, working together, inclusive support, fulfilling ambitions, nurturing, good health, a stable home, education, thriving in the future and aftercare support, all of which I'm sure everyone will agree that we should be providing to our care experienced children. The Charter encourages all public sector bodies to sign up to these principles, as well as 9 promises set out how care experienced children and young people will be treated, listened to and involved in the decisions that affect them. So the recommendation in the report is that Council agrees to sign up to the pledge.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
Any comments, Councillor Richard Clark?
You can't really add much more to that comprehensive summary of the report. I would just add that it's gone to the Corporate Parenting Panel, which is chaired by Councillor Colette Thomas, and that panel wholeheartedly endorsed it. And as Jacqueline said, the report sets out the ask of the signatories, and I'm sure every member of the Chamber and on screen can't quibble with that list and would actively support it in our role as corporate parents for children who are looked after. So I commend the reports to Council.
Thank you. Any other comments? Can I just say on behalf of a member of the Corporate Parenting Panel, our grateful thanks to the young carers, the care experienced people who actually helped us put the Charter together. They took a great deal of interest in putting this together, and they made an excellent video. I think if we had their permission at some time, I'm sure members would value an insight into their video. But obviously it's on their terms if they want to show it. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Thank you very much. The recommendations then start on page 221 of the report. Can I ask members whether they agree with the recommendations, please? Are there any members against the recommendations? Are there any abstentions? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Takes us to agenda item 18, the petition to Council to create a dog enclosure park in Cwmbran. The report is on page 233. Dan Morelli, Head of Public Protection and Environment, could you deliver this report for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Member, and good afternoon, members. This report before you relates to a petition received by the Council requesting the creation of a dog enclosure park in Cwmbran. A request to launch a petition was received on the 24th of January, and the petition ran until the 3rd of March of this year. The justification for the petition was to provide a facility to allow dog owners to make sure their pets get sufficient exercise without bothering local people. And it was also said to be of benefit to dog owners who do not drive. The petition was accepted by Council at its meeting on the 23rd of April, and it had been supported by 9 signatories at that time, which was not sufficient to provide evidence of the need within the community for this facility. A dog enclosure requires considerable amount of investment initially and ongoing resource commitments to manage. These facilities are typically operated as businesses, and a number exist across the Gwent region. Due to the financial pressures facing the Council and the lack of support that's been demonstrated through the petition for this facility, it's not proposed to progress with this request at this time. Presiding Member, do you wish for me to read the recommendation on the report, or shall I finish it there?
I think members are aware of the recommendations, which are on page 235, so thank you, Daniel. I think members Any comments from members? No, take members to the recommendations then. They start on page 235. Can I ask members whether they agree with the recommendations? Anybody against the recommendations? Any abstentions? That report is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us to agenda item 19, committee membership changes, which are on page 237 in the report. Jason Lewis, Director of Corporate Services and Head of Democratic Services. Could you deliver your report, please?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Probably the shortest report that you would consider today, members, but the most contentious matter, no doubt. You'll be aware that Council is responsible for appointing members to serve on committees, groups, panels and other bodies, and you did so most recently at your AGM in May. You'll also be aware that changes to committee membership must be agreed by a meeting of full Council. This report proposes changes for seats held by Labour under the Council's agreed political balance arrangements. The changes proposed are that Councillor Caroline Price replaces Councillor Norma Parish on the Children and Families over 50 will carry a vacancy until a nomination is agreed to replace Councillor Carl Gordon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on the report? Ask members whether they agree with the recommendations then. Any members against? Any abstentions? That report is carried. Thank you. Agenda item 20, motions on notice. There are no motions on notice, so we move on to agenda item 21, members' question time. There are 6 questions for you today, and I refer to the sheet. And Councillor David Thomas has the first question, please.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. I've been contacted by many residents in Torvine asking if the canal can be cut back completely. At the moment, it looks more like an eyesore rather than a tourist attraction. I appreciate the Council's view that nature isn't neat, but at the same time, neither is neglect. How does one determine the difference?
Executive Member Environment, Councillor Mambiowi.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas, for your question. As you're aware, the Council declared a climate and nature emergency in recognition of the real threats to current and future generations and the natural environment. This led to the development of a climate and nature emergency action plan that sets out the Council's approach to becoming carbon neutral by 2030. It also sets out how we will protect and enhance Torvine's natural resources. The plan introduced changes to the way we manage council-owned grassland, which also includes the canal towpath, to increase biodiversity. It involves an annual cut and collection of vegetation using specialist equipment. However, the Council regularly mows a margin of grassland and removes overgrowth alongside the towpath, ensuring safe access. The approach we take to manage grassland contributes to the Council's biodiversity duty as set out in the Environment Wales Act. It is also consistent with the Monmouthshire and Brecon Canal Strategy 2023 to 2033 and the Canal and River Trust towpath policy as it ensures sustainable maintenance and management, which also promotes the shared priorities of access, recreation, built heritage and biodiversity management. All members were consulted prior to the introduction of changes to grassland management, and I'm told that there were no adverse comments received. Back in June 23, the then Minister for Climate Change, Julie James, wrote to Council leaders to congratulate them on adopting cut and collect grass regimes, recognising the contribution it makes to combat the nature emergency. While I do appreciate that some residents may prefer to see the canal cut back completely, it is important that the Council allows the vegetation to grow to provide food and habitat for wildlife and pollinating insects which are at risk of disappearing.
Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. You obviously know I've got supplementaries for these. And I understand what the Executive Member is saying, but for me and many others, if this Council is serious about its ambitions to fully restore the canal, when will we see this investment, and can we start by showing members of the public how serious this Council is by properly maintaining the canal banks, as they do in Monmouthshire and Caerphilly, by cutting back the banks and the towpaths?
Who's responding?
I can't give you an answer at the moment. It wasn't a specific question, but we'll certainly look into it. But obviously the canal is, it's a big project going on as well, isn't it? But we still have to protect the vegetation and the grassland as well. But we do carry out some maintenance. So we're not neglecting it. We are working, to provide access as well.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor David Thomas, can you ask the second question, please?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. In light of the significant changes Cumbrian High School is facing, such an outdated and poorly maintained science and technology buildings, inadequate facilities for disabled students, an undersized canteen and the strain caused by managed moves and exclusions while they are in special measures, what steps is this council taking to ensure equitable funding and resources for the school compared to other schools in the area like Crossy? Specifically, will this council consider funding a dedicated STEM block to provide students with the same quality of education and facilities, and what measures are being implemented to address the fairness of student distribution across schools in Cumbrian?
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Councillor Thomas. In respect of your question, I would like to firstly hijack it, as I alluded to in my comments on the Education Service, and acknowledge the encouraging and recent monitoring report of Cumbrian High School. Whilst there is, as I said, further work to be done, I note that Eston reported on progress made in reducing fixed-term exclusions and raising attendance, that the governing body continues to support senior leaders while to implement changes and promote school improvement, senior leaders and governors rebuilding beneficial working relationships with parents, carers and the wider community, and the improved consistency in leadership, starting to give pupils a greater sense of pride in the school. These were all part of the monitoring exercise, irrespective of the condition of the building. Regarding the first part of your question of equitable funding, there is a funding formula that is applied to ensure equitable distribution of financial resources to all Torfaen schools. That's been in existence from as long back as when I was chair of Children and Young People, and probably before that, but that was my first knowledge of it. This formula is agreed with the School Budget Forum, which is attended by governors, head teachers, obviously officers and elected members. In relation to the second part of your question, the Council is nearing completion of the second significant phase of capital investment in schools, the 21st Century Schools Programme, which has now become the Sustainable Learning Communities Programme, and there's been 121 million investment in Torfaen schools under that programme. As part of that, and early on, 6 million was invested in what was then Fairwater High School to prepare it for the amalgamation with Llantarnam Secondary School, which now forms Cumbrian High School. Cumbrian High School, as we speak, is receiving 500,000 extra money from grant funding, two separate grants, to expand space for its learners with additional needs and for community use. I totally agree that there is more to be done, and I alluded to, or it was alluded to earlier in the capital report, about the Welsh medium primary schools. They're still on hold. We have committed to those. There are 8 other sites, including Cumbrian High School, which need refurbishment, and there is an ask from the Roman Catholic Diocese in respect of their school. You mentioned Crossy-Ceiriog. If we come mid-north of the borough, the conditions of some of the school, Crossy-Ceiriog and Llantarnam, that's because I said Llantarnam earlier, sorry, and it's your ward. Cumbrian High School is palatial in comparison, but they are just some of the pressures, and at the moment, the money is not available to bring those forward. I would willingly spend every penny the council has, but there are other claims to that money, as Anthony referred to in the capital explanation earlier on. I do commend all members to read the excellent scrutiny report on capital, which clearly you probably have already, which clearly sets out the position. So for that reason, I cannot sit here today and promise you a new STEM facility at Cwmbran High School at the current moment.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes, thank you, Madam Presiding Member. You've kind of answered some of this in my supplementary, but I will ask it anyway because it is some concerns that have been raised to me and other local members. Considering the urgent need for a lift in the science building to accommodate students with mobility issues and the ongoing problem with the canteen capacity, can you provide a timeline for when these specific infrastructure improvements might be addressed? Additionally, what immediate support can the Council offer to alleviate these issues while long-term solutions are being developed?
Okay, I certainly at this moment can't give you a timeline. I will take it back to officers. I suspect, given my earlier answer, that there won't be an imminent timeline, but the latter part of that is what steps can be taken to support in the meantime. I will chase that up and copy all members into the answer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Janet Jones is away on holiday, and Councillor Nick Haller, on behalf of Councillor Janet Jones, is going to ask her question. Councillor Nick Haller.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. On June the 28th, it was announced that 14 Welsh authorities had no record at all of which schools housed defibrillators. Welsh Government has stated that funding has been provided to purchase defibs and that all schools have been offered one. So Janet's question is, could the Reverend Cabinet Member please advise as to how many of our secondary schools currently have defibrillators on site? Thank you.
The Senior Corporate Health and Safety Advisor has confirmed that all of our secondary schools have defibrillators. I just can't say defibrillator. Them on site.
Thank you, Richard. I'm sure that Councillor Janet Jones will appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor David Thomas, you have another question, question 4.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. Hi, Fiona. Can the executive member provide members with an update on progress of Green Meadow Community Farm and a full summary on what has been achieved so far in readiness for its opening in the summer of 2025?
Thanks for your question. So following the Council approval in September, the team have progressed the following work streams to support the development and subsequent reopening of Green Meadow Community Farm. So you'll know that we established a task and finish group following the agreement in Council, which you were part of, to hear the views of members with expertise and interest in developing the farm. The first planning application, farm building, submitted and approved in December 23. Procurement and appointment of a project manager and QS, providing a full complement to the project team in January 24. First SAB application, submitted and approved in January 24. Commenced and concluded the farm general manager recruitment and appointing Mike Coe to the role in February 24. Heat pump application to Welsh Government, submitted and approved in February 24. Tender pack prepared and works tendered in April 24. Second SAB application submitted in April 24. Determination of this one is expected at the end of July. Development of the new branding for the farm and presented to all members in May 24. Second planning application, which is the animal housing, submitted in May 24. Following contract award for further... sorry, I've got to put my teeth in now. Following the contract, when it's awarded, further details will be available relating to the programme of works there as well. But that's for the four tenderers we've received for the earlier item I listed out, which is the tender pack. And they were evaluated and reported on for Cabinet and approved only moments ago. So we're well on our way now to being able to see spades in the ground.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Cross.
Question 6?
Not yet.
Oh,
Sorry,
supplementary.
supplementary, sorry. It's the Dave Thomas show now that Dave Leach is gone. Is it possible at some point that you could even arrange a tour for members sometime soon so we could take a look at what exactly is happening at the farm?
I don't see an issue with that, as long as health and safety and, you know, we don't want any by-elections or anything happening on site. I'll check with officers, see what's convenient and to which members might want to come along and see what's actually happening. But as I said, tender only got approved moments ago, so there might not be a lot to see just yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. Councillor David Thomas, question 6, please.
Thanks, Madam Presiding Member. This is for Councillor Mandio. This kind of is written aggressively, but it's not meant to come across like that, so please don't think it's like that, 'cause it's not. On the 10th of April 2024, after chasing officers to repair the decking/boardwalk viewing platform at the Boaton Lake, I was informed by email that officers had been able to source a budget to replace the boardwalk and that contractors were on site having appointed to undertake the works. This lovely, more than welcoming email was then followed up by it being splashed all over TCBC Comms, South Wales Argus, Cumbrian Life, and Cumbrian Life asked TCBC for a statement and the following was received. Councillor Mandioin, Executive Member for the Environment, said that the boardwalk at the Boaton Lake had deteriorated during recent years due to the age and wear, which meant we had to restrict public access. However, I'm pleased, you're pleased, to say that the funding had been secured, enabling us to renew the facility. The aim is to have the work completed by the end of June. We hope that by that time the boardwalk had been repaired and residents and visitors will have some good weather to enjoy it. So after this good news story was plastered all over the news outlets and social media, why has this work not even been started, let alone completed?
Again, thank you for your question, Councillor Thomas. I was given the information and good news earlier this year that we had secured funding and we'd appointed a contractor to replace the boardwalk, which is a very much valued facility which has been sadly unusable due to its condition. The aim was to complete the work by the end of June. The comms were released in good faith that the work would be completed within a short time frame, and I can only apologise that this wasn't the case. Unfortunately, once work had begun, it became apparent that further work was needed to complete the work to the required standard. Once the boards were removed, they identified that there was additional structure works were required due to the extent of the damage. These anticipated works have not been included in the quotation, and the allocated budget was insufficient to cover the costs, which has resulted in a delay in progressing the report. Officers have now secured the extra funding and are now putting arrangements in place for the work to be carried out. When we have confirmation of completed date, we will communicate this out to ward members and residents throughout the usual communication channels. I'm grateful for you to raising this matter, and I apologise for the breakdown in communication. We should have come back to you as ward members to explain the reasons for the delay. I'd also like to reassure you that I'm committed to renewing the boardwalk for visitors to use and enjoy the views. I'm keen to get the work completed as soon as possible. I'd also like to add that I've had conversations with officers that we need to make sure that work is going to start and it is going to be completed before we announce any press release, and things need to be tightened up. Thank you.
So just quickly, I won't ask the full subject now because it kind of seems pointless, but so the work is going to be done at the Boaton Lake for the boardwalk. Okay, great. Thank you.
My apologies. This is question 6. Councillor Dave Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Member. How does TCBC ensure value for money in its procurement practices, particularly for low-cost building work? What measures are in place to ensure that local contractors and businesses of Torfaen benefit from the authority's procurement for building projects? Does the authority currently have a framework that includes local Torfaen businesses for procurement purposes? If not, are there plans to develop such a framework to support the local economy? And if not, would the authority consider establishing one to benefit the local economic development?
So Peter Jones.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Thomas. We're close enough so I don't need to shout. You will be aware that the Council entered into an agreement with Cardiff Council, the Ardell Partnership, in August 2022 for the provision of professional procurement support following a review of the internal capacity to support the Council's procurement activity. This arrangement is for a 3-year period and ensures that we have the appropriate levels of professional support so that we are able to maximise value and benefit from any procurement contracts that we enter into. The route to market that the Council presently adopts is very much dependent on the nature and value of the contract and is directed by legislative obligations as well as our own internal contract standards that are set out in the Council's constitution. The approach will range that obtaining the quotes for low-value contracts, the use of pre-existing procurement frameworks for full competitive tenders. It is acknowledged that procurement regulations and expectations have restricted some local SMEs' participation in national procurement frameworks for a variety of reasons. This is recognised by the new Procurement Act 2023, which establishes a duty to have regard to the barriers faced by SMEs and what can be done to overcome them. The forthcoming Social Partnership and Public Procurement Wales Act 2023 strengthens this expectation by requiring us to carry out procurement in a socially responsible way in accordance with the Sustainable Development Principle as defined by the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. The Council, with the support of its Ardell partners, is developing a new procurement policy to respond to these expectations based upon wellbeing themes that include creating sustainable employment and skills growth and supporting our local economy. To achieve these ambitions, the policy established an expectation that we will restructure our procurement processes and documentation to make them more accessible to smaller businesses locally. To this end, the Council, and I think you'll like this bit, Councillor Thomas, the Council has commenced work on the development of a small works framework that is intended to make sure that the local SMEs are able to compete more easily for Council business, whilst at the same time ensuring that our procurement activity is compliant with legislation and includes the appropriate safeguards to protect the Council and its community.
Do you wish to come back in with a supplementary?
We did have one, but that last bit is an answer for me, so I'm out.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. That takes us to agenda item 22, the Cabinet decisions. From the 4th of the 6th, 24, the Cabinet decisions start on page 239 and are for the Council to note. There are no challenges to any decisions. Any members wishing to comment or ask questions on the Cabinet minutes? Can I ask members whether they agree with the recommendations then, please? Thank you. Any members against the recommendations? Any abstentions? They are noted. Thank you very much. Agenda item 23, Cabinet decisions of the 9th of the 7th, 24. Cabinet decisions start on page 243 and therefore Council to note. There were no challenges to any of these decisions. Any members wishing to comment or ask a question? Councillor Alan Slade.
Just briefly, I've got no problems with the award of the contract. I think it's great. What's happening with that? I understand there's been delays, and so when are we expecting that facility to be available for the kids?
Can you repeat your question? I didn't quite hear you, Councillor Slade. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got no problem with the award of the contract. That's fine. Everything's fine. It was just purely out of interest. When will the bungalow, Greenhill Bungalow, be available for the children?
December of this year, if not earlier, but at the latest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. That takes us to the date and time of the next meeting. Oh, Did we take a vote on that, Cabinet? Are we all in agreement to agree the recommendations? Thank you. They noted. Date and time of the next meeting. For your information, members, the next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, the 17th of September 2024 at 10 a.m. And I thank members for their attendance at the meeting, and the meeting is now closed.